Okay, we are live. We are live. All right, I'm gonna wait for some people to come on and then I'll get started. Okay. All right. Okay. Welcome everybody to tonight's live. Um this was kind of a last minute deal. Um Something I wanted to talk about. Um yeah. I want to wait for some more people here real quick. Okay, here we go. Okay, welcome to tonight's live. I have something I want to talk about, and well, there's a multiple things I want to talk about, and my internet is okay. It said it was unstable. Looks good now. Okay. Um. All right. If you've seen the title is "Swirling and Investment Community." Okay, that's what I'm going to talk about tonight, and I'm going to talk about the real deal. Okay, the real community, and I'm going to kind of go into that and what's trending, and my opinion on it. And for some of us, it's not a trend; it's a way of life. Um, but anyway, I want to welcome Karen, Chris, Cook, Thelma Andrews. Oh, you changed your avatar there. Tanya Brooks. Good to see you guys tonight. This was a live I didn't know if I was going to do, depending on when I got off work. Deanna, good to see you. Um, but before I go into this, okay, I want to talk about a couple things. Okay, as I was looking through the comment section on my videos and stuff, and you guys know we had a little issue we hashed out in one of our lives. Um, Talking about bashing black men, and um, we kind of hit on that, and I put my disclaimer out there, and the thing is I want a safe space for black women. Okay, um, and, and it's not to bash anybody, but if they have something that they want to vent on, and it might be a black man. Okay, that's that individual. That's not lottie dottie everybody. Okay, I want to say that first. Okay, and second, when this come up to me, I kind of thought, is this like a setup? Or it seems like it's kind of trending to be a setup. Um, as I got a couple black guys in there come into my comment section today saying that I need to stop black women in my chat on my channel from saying negative things about black men. Okay. First of all, I'm not going to censor free speech. Okay. I'm not going to go through the comments and police everybody. Um, I'm just not going to do that. Okay. Now, what somebody else's opinion don't reflect on other people, that's their opinion and they have a right to it. And first of all, this is a safe space for black women. It's not for black men. It's not for any men, a safe space. Men don't need this. They don't need a safe space, in my opinion. And another man telling another man the, police and, I'm not going to cater to another man. I'm just not going to do it. You know, Men are tough, or they should be. Okay. They can take criticism. And if a comment comes out and it don't apply, move forward, move on. If it does apply, look within and fix it. Okay, we all get bashed. We do. I get bashed every day. You should see some of the comments that come through. Okay, but that ain't stopping me. Okay, and that ain't going to bother me. And I just don't want this. I just want to put this to bed right here and now. Okay. I'm not going to police anybody's comments. Some people have bad experience with certain people and they want to vent, they have every right to. Okay. And like I said, this ain't a safe space for men. Okay. I'm not going to cater to black men. Okay. I'm going to black women. Okay. And you guys have emailed me on this subject. Okay. A couple of you. And I respect you. I respect what you're saying. Okay. But and in our world here and in this subject, interracial relationships, we're going to have controversy. We're going to have people coming in. And yes, we're going to go in on other people. Okay. And it might be a black guy that we're talking about. And I'm not here. I don't have a thing where I want to bash anybody. But sometimes they get bashed because the truth comes out. Okay. That's all of us. Okay. The truth is like a double-edged sword. You heard that, right? It cuts all of us. So I want to put that to bed. I'm not policing this channel. I'm not going to cater to any men whatsoever. Men should be able to take it. Okay. I want to put that out there because it just seems like people are coming in trying to stir things up. And if they could get me policing you and we have a conflict, we'll implode. Okay. So I want to put that to bed. All right. And sometimes when people vent, and what saddens me in this whole thing is we ended up catering to men and we weren't even thinking about the young lady that was hurting, that had some trauma going on. So we need to keep that in mind. Okay. I'm not here to bash people, bash themselves. Okay. We're going to tell the truth. And you know what? If it applies, it applies. Then you fix it. If it don't, hey, move forward. All right. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out. And another comment came out. I've been told this, and this term simp. Okay, I've heard this all, and I've been called that. And for me, I take it as a compliment. Okay, because it's the opposite of a pimp. Somebody that takes advantage of women, that exploits women, and has women working for them. I'm the opposite. I'm the provider. I'm the husband. I take care of my wife and family. I'm the head of the household. So I take that as like, okay, as a compliment. That's how I see it. Um, you know, but anyway, all right, let me get started. I just want to get that out. Kind of a little vent I wanted to put out there and kind of a disclaimer, okay? Sometimes as a white guy, I got to be PC, I got to put in disclaimers and that's fine. Um, I got to do what I got to do, right? Um, but I want to talk about tonight. I want to talk about interracial relationships. I want to talk about swirling. I want to talk about investment. And also, there's another thing called divestment. Okay. And I didn't put that in the title because I'd rather have somebody that's an actual divester to explain it, what it really is. It ain't I've been told it's not necessarily interracial dating. It's not necessarily being with a white man. It just they're divesting from their community, from what I get. So I kind of left that out, but that's in our realm here. That's in our community. Okay? And we have a bunch of people coming in to this channel and channels like it that are swirlers, that are investors, divestors, okay? And we all know what swirling is, right? Interracial dating, having relationships, okay? We mostly think of it as black and white, but it could be Asian, Hispanic, other groups, okay, of men that are having relationships with black women. We all know what that is, okay, and that's in our community. And investment is us as white men. We invest in black women. That is our choice. That is what we want, and we graduate from swirling to investment. Okay. That's my definition of it. When I think investment, you're giving everything. You're investing your life into somebody, into that special lady, you know. And our topic in our community when it comes to swirling, investment, divestment, um, it it's a hot topic, and it is controversial at time, and it is trendy. It really is. Um, and those are those of us that are involved in it. Some of us, there's people that swirl all the time. Okay, and there's what we call the part-time swirler, right? It can be somebody that's white or black, and they'll swirl, and then they'll go back to their community, date that way, you know, and that's probably the most common type of swirling back and forth. Um, that's what I call a part-time swirler, you know. And then there's the full-time, of course, that only like a white guy that only dates black women. That's all he wants. And that guy it eventually turns into an investor. And it could be a black woman too. There are some black women that only want to date white guys or Hispanic guys or whatever. Yeah, well, the term simp, it's vulgar. It's a put down, and usually I've seen it used from guys that are loving and nice to women, taking care of women, and it makes sense because the pimp is someone that exploits women. Having women work for them, having women, and we see that through the community. But anyway, I don't want to get caught up in that. But so we got the full time swirler, right? And there are people that are attracted to people of different races, and that's all they want. And that's how I am. Okay, I have a preference. Always have. I've always had love for black women, and in my opinion, if you're a white guy and you love black women and that's who you're with, I think that you should embrace it. I think you should let people know about it. I don't think you should do it undercover. And you know, sometimes people are like that. It's like I was at work and one guy told me, says, "You know what?" He like whispered to me, he says, "You know what? I like black women too." And I'm like, "Okay, you like black women." And I just said it like that. That's great. And he's like looking around like who like somebody I don't want no one to know. It's like, that's that to me is undercover swirler, and back in the past they had secret swirling societies, right? People that would interracially have relationships and do it behind closed doors, do it in secret. Okay, that's part of the history of swirling. Okay, and because of the past, it being illegal to date and marry somebody of another race, so you had that secret swirling society, what I call. Okay, and then we get into swirling. You graduate into investment. That I am an investor. Don't want anyone to know. Yeah, and there's guys like that. I'm like, why would you? And I asked that guy, why would you? Are you trying to make it a secret? I mean, you should be proud of that. I'm proud of my wife. I'm proud to say that I love black women. I'll do it from now till the cows come home. Okay, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud of it. Black women are beautiful and amazing. Why wouldn't you love them? Just saying. Um, but that's the secret spoiler, right? Um, and in the past they've had to be secret. Now you don't have to hide it at all. But somehow some people, I guess, worried about what people think and stuff. And this goes for black and white people. They'll kind of hide it. It seems more of white men, black women might be a little secretive about it because of what their communities might think. Um, when you get Tyrone and Becky, they jump right in. Um, it's easier for them to do it, and I think Uh, I think their relationships statistically don't last as long because it's so easy. And sometimes when something's so easy, you don't respect it as much as having to work for it. Uh, what's that? 32, I'm dating a 56-year-old man. He's never dated a black woman. He lives in the South. Sometimes I worry he thinks I'm not as beautiful as white women. I wouldn't I wouldn't I wouldn't let that bother you. Probably if he's dating you, actually, I mean, you're the one he wants to be with, right? Um, and there's that conception that white men think that women are the most beautiful. That ain't true with all of us. And I'm going to tell you that it's not. You know, I always found black women to be the most beautiful. I've never and nothing against white women. I have nothing against them. I just I wouldn't attractive to them in that way, of dating, intimacy, and marriage, and it's but that's me. Okay, we all have our preferences, right? If he's willing to date, if he's dating you, I would say his first pick, and maybe it's uncomfortable a little bit because it's new for him. I don't know sometimes, but that's okay. If he really loves you, it's going to work. There might be something new, and it's getting used to it. Um, but that's the swirling. That's and swirling. It could be a trendy thing. It could be people come together because they want to experience being with someone of a different race. It could be it can be a desire thing or a fantasy, or it could be an actual wanting a real relationship. Swirling could go many different ways. Okay. And what Captain Swirl would say, you need to swirl to invest. Okay. If if you're attracted to black women, you only swirl if that's where your heart is, and it goes to investment. Okay. And that's coming from the Captain Swirl. But you know, and then the full time swirler is the one that only um dates outside of his race, you know. Um, the guy that only wants to be with black women, my history. That led me to investment. I I am not a swirler anymore. I'm like Captain Swirl. You know, I train others, you might say. Um, but I would be classified as an investor. Okay. I love black women so much I married one, and that's who I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. Um, you know, and when you're swirling, you got to be careful. Okay. Make sure you're, with the person that wants the same thing out of it as you. Okay. Because there are people that will do it just for the desire, just for the experience. And I've seen men and women both be that way. Okay. Um, I wasn't in it for the experience. I was in it for the real deal. I it's trendy. It was trending then, it's trending now. And this topic is a hot topic. And you'll see, people on YouTube make videos about it. They'll cover the content. They'll research it. Um, but we can all do that. But you know, there's the real swirler, the real investor, and those that just talk about it. Okay. And there's nothing wrong if you want to do videos about it and do research. You don't necessarily have to be doing it, but a lot of people like the real thing. They like it coming from someone that's actually doing it. Um, when I talk about investment, that's the real deal. interra- interracial marriage, those that only want to be with black women, white men. And, there's so many out there that are swirling or making content about it. Okay. And like I said, nothing's wrong with it. But some, it's a trend, but some of us, it's a way of life, you know, and I'll be invested till I die. Okay. And, you know, and that's where people go with it. Some, it's a trend. They just jump in and, they want to experience it. And then some, that's the way of life. That's the path we choose. And for me, it was easier than most to go that path. Because growing up, my parents never told me I couldn't do it. They never tried to talk me out of it. And for most people, it's not that way. For most people, they have a problem with it. They have, I mean, their families might have a problem, their so called friends, and they'll try to dictate what you do. And some people, have done it for many years. And if you look at the marriages, when it comes to investment, black women, white men, we're leading the way and we're lasting the longest. It's pretty awesome. Um, but it is trendy and it's the hot topic, and a lot of people are getting into it. Um, a lot of people, want to talk about it because in YouTube you get views from it. People are interested in it. It's a topic people want to talk about. It's a topic that people want to hear about. Um, in our community, it is neat. It is exciting. It could be a real blessing. Okay. There's a lot of positive that comes from it, but there is some negative, and people will attack us for that. Okay. There's even people plotting right now to attack what I'm saying, to attack this channel. Um, to play on emotions and get us against each other within. Um, you know, but what I would say to you guys, if you're thinking about doing this, if you're thinking about opening up your options, dating, marrying out, just make sure that you're all in. Make sure you could put the person you're with above family, above friends, above society. And just know the haters are going to be there. Ever since I started interracially dating back in 1985 to when I got married in 94, to this day, I still get haters. And I'm not just talking YouTube, okay? In real life. Every now and then, you get haters. Okay, they're getting less and less vicious as time goes by, but they're still out there. You still got to deal with it, and people will shame you. People will, you know, they will go in on you on that. But just stay strong. Um, you know, and people that swirl and invest, they do it for different things. Okay, some people they start swirling because they're attracted to someone of a different race. And nothing's wrong with that. Some people look at swirling as a bad word. I don't. It can be used the wrong way, sure. Um, but it can be used in the right way. It can be a blessing. You see these swirling gone wrong jokers out there that'll pick a situation that turns out horrible and say, "See, you shouldn't do that." They don't go in and research stats or nothing like that. They just pull out the worst case scenario. Um, but swirling can be a blessing thing. It also can be a bad thing if you go about it the wrong way. And you got to be careful. Anytime you date, there's a risk, whether it's in your own community or in the interracial community. Okay. You know, it can go bad if you don't vet, if you don't do it the right way. So, you know, you need to practice it the right way. And you got to be all in. You can't just, hey, I want to see what it's like. No, I would suggest don't even get in a relationship unless you're all in anyway. Um, but it's a trendy topic. You see advertisements going on, right? Um, we see commercials, interracial couples. Why are they doing that? Some say, oh, it's propaganda. It's the government trying to push a narrative. It's this and that. No, what it is they're trying to make money, and they're going off a trend. This is a trend. This is a trend that's going to make money. This is a trend that's got people's interest. This is a trend that people are going on social media talking about. And people talk about the interracial community. People talk about interracial dating and marriage. And there's some out there that don't know nothing about it, that haven't lived it. But that's where the trend is. That's what people want to see. That's what people want to talk about. Um, and nothing wrong with that. I got people in the channel that watch me that don't interracially date. Never have. But they support it because they believe we should have the right to do so, you know? And we should, you know. It's our God-given right to date and marry who we want to. Yeah, it's okay to date outside your race. It is. As long as you love that person, they love you, and you're strong enough to pull through, you have every right to. And don't let no one shame you out of it. Don't let no one talk you out of it. Now, if they can shame you or talk you out of it, you're not all in anyway. So, but I tell you, I got over 30 years of it. You know, I've been married since May 19th, 1994. And that's a lot of years of experience. And I was dating interracially back in 1985. So that tells you how old I am. Okay. A lot of years, there's experience there. I got a question here. How long should you keep the fact that you are dating interracially from prejudice, friends, and family? My opinion on that, um, and my opinion is you should just be honest with them and just let them know you're doing it. I don't think it does real good to hide it. I mean, I could see it maybe if you're in high school and you're not ready for marriage, maybe if you have a mom or dad that's just totally against it, and um but if you love that person, you shouldn't hide it. You're going to have to come clean anytime anyway. If you're in a real relationship, if you're for me, I'd say let them know right away. In fact, when I was dating, and this is back in the 80s, you know, when I was with a black young lady, I would, if she wouldn't bring me home to meet her family, I would just drop her. I would have nothing to do with it. No matter how much I was attracted to her, no matter how much I liked her, because I felt if I'm not important enough to bring me to your family, you don't really have love for me. And that's just me. That was like a vetting thing I would do. Um, but in my opinion, I don't think you should keep it hidden. Um, let them know because they're going to find out anyway, and it's best to let them know because maybe they might get to know that person you're with, and they might, you know, change through time. They might be, oh well, he is all right. He is, you know, providing for you. When he takes you out, he pays for everything. Wow, you know, he's, you know, so they things like that can change. Um, you know, but that's my opinion. I think don't keep it a secret. Just and plus it shows the person you're with that you love them enough to let everybody know that's who you're with. Okay, it shows love too. I mean, it's not might not be easy, but I would say, in my opinion, don't keep it a secret. Okay, what I still don't understand why it's any business who you date. It's not. It's nobody's business but you and the person you're dating. That's your guys' business. Nobody else's. You know, nobody has the right to just throw in opinions and uh inject themselves into it. That's rude, it's wrong, and it's disgusting. But we see that all the time, right? You see people that are the same race as you feel that they have the right to interject themselves because you're dating someone of a different race. That's wrong. Um, they don't have that right. I don't understand why people feel they got to put their opinion in it. Um, but they do, unfortunately. Do you think that certain locations and states could be harder for white men to and black women to date? Yeah, I do. I think there are. In fact, I've been to places where they don't accept interracial dating as much in different states. Yes, there is that. Um, it's growing more and more, and it's becoming more of a norm. It's becoming more accepted. But yeah, there are some places where they're not as open to interracial relationships. You know, and there's jealous people too. Um, both black and white that will, you know, have problems with it. It's just out there. I know in my state it's no big deal. Nobody cares. I'm in New Mexico. It seems like in the Southwest, maybe the West Coast, it's more acceptable from what I've seen. Um, but it's trending everywhere. Um, some states are more accepting. They really are. I know when me and my wife got to Missouri, and I'm not, I got family and friends in Missouri, so I'm not putting Missouri down, but it seems like that's where we had the hardest problem. From our experiences, um, but where I live, it's no big, nobody cares. Nobody cared when I was doing it in the 80s. Some people thought it was odd that I was only attracted to a certain group of women that, I just wanted to be with black women. Some people thought, well, there's other women too. That's just what I wanted. That was my preference. That's the path I chose, and I would choose it a million times over. Um, you know, but yeah, there are some places easier than others, most definitely. Um, all right, what's the as long as I am safe and happy, if you love me, you should be okay with me doing my yeah, exactly. And if he loves you, he'll protect you, and as men, we're supposed to protect women. Okay. And that's not just physically protecting them, that's mentally, emotionally. Us as men, and this is a lot of times men miss this, that 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 they want to be hard and tough and not show emotion. No, you need to show emotion. You need to show love to that person you're with. You need to tell your wife, or the person you're dating, they're beautiful and uplift them. We like compliments, right? We're human. Men and women, we like to be looked up to. We like to be, get a little praise here and there. We all want that, right? In a relationship, you should do that. I tell my wife I love her and she's beautiful every day. Why do I do that? She knows I love her. She knows I think she's awesome and beautiful, but why do I tell her? Because she likes hearing it. It's uplifting, you know, and it provides, you know, security, within the heart and mind. You feel okay, he loves me, she loves me, you know, and that's a form of protection, providing, necessities, a roof over your head, food, the basic things. Us as men, we got to provide that for our families, our wives and children. That's protection. You're keeping it out of the cold, out of the elements. You're giving them food. Their bodies can be nourished. That's protection. Um, and that's our job as men. you know. And these men that come out and call me a simp, okay, go ahead. But I'm not exploiting women. You can, and here's the thing: the problem with society today is we got men that want to be players and pimps, sort of say, instead of husbands and fathers, like God would intend us to be. Okay, and men, and it's not a weakness to show love and respect to women. In fact, it's required of us as men to do so. And the Bible tells us that women are a treasure, and that that they have value. And we find a wife, we find a good thing and favor from God, right? Um, but that goes, whether it's in your community or interracially, you know, and that's what it's about. Okay, joking. People live in New Mexico and the US, not kidding. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, New Mexico. And here's the thing, and people from New Mexico, and it's funny that there's some people. I guess they don't know their geography all that well. That they think that New Mexico's a part of Mexico. It's not. It's a state. Um, and it's so funny that we border Arizona, Colorado, Oklahoma, and Texas. And everybody knows those states, but New Mexico, they have a problem with. It's kind of funny. I remember, when I went in the army and they're asking me, "Where are you from?" New Mexico. Well, you don't look Mexican. I'm not. But you just said you're from, no, New Mexico. It's just, it's funny. But yeah. But everybody from this state, we laugh about that because some people, they're not good with geography and they think we're actually in a different country. No, we're part of the United States and have been since 1912. That's when we became a state. Uh, and then before then we were a territory. And in fact, Arizona and New Mexico was all considered New Mexico territory. Just a little history on my state. Um, but yeah, that's funny. Um, and you know what's crazy? I was let me see. I hope I didn't. Okay, I missed one that's in caps. Okay, I live in Wisconsin where racism is real. Oh, okay. It makes it harder to date white men, in my opinion. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I've never been to Wisconsin. I don't know, but some places are um rougher to date than others. And I've heard people say that we're from down south that they're it's harder to interracially date up north than down south. Now I don't know. I haven't researched it. I'll probably get some people hating on me and say, "No, it's not that way." Um, but some places are more accepting than others, and maybe Wisconsin is it like a smaller group of black people? Maybe I don't know. Um, I don't know why some places are easier than others. It just is what it is. Um, but hopefully in the near future it'll be a norm everywhere. So, people in our community don't have to deal with racism or hate or none of that garbage, that we can live our lives without people trying to shame us or but in today's world we still got to fight that. Okay, it is getting better, but still okay, I live where four states meet. Yeah, yeah, my state borders Arizona, Colorado, Oklahoma, and Texas. You got Arizona to the west, Texas and Oklahoma to the east, Colorado to the north, and then Mexico to the south. So we do border Mexico. Um, you know, uh, yeah, close to the Four Corners. Yeah, the Four Corners. Yeah, I live close to Four Corners. You're talking about New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, Racism is but a color coded. Yeah, I mean, racism is a form of evil. It's something that was created to separate us, for one group to think they're better than the other. And no one group is better than the other. You know, none of us are superior than the other one. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Some people could do things better than others. That's all it is. And that's every individual. We're all different, even if we're from the same racial group. We're we're different, even if we're brothers and sisters. Racism is a sin. Yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right. Racism is a sin. Yes, it is. There's no doubt it's a sin. It's a big sin. That's probably one of the devil's favorite sin. Get people fighting because they look different, because they come from a different place, getting them to think one's better than the other. Oh yeah, that's definitely evil. That's definitely a sin, no doubt. Um, but you know, we live in a time now where you know interracial dating, interracial marriage, it's increasing, and you can find good people outside your race. You can, and it depends on the character. I know when we talk about black women, white men, our marriages are lasting longer. Um, but we have to clear more hurdles than other groups too. Um, and I think that's what bounds us together. I think that's what we have to fight for each other before we're with each other. So we pretty much kind of got an idea of what we're walking into. Where other groups they might not, because it's more acceptable, and it's harder to date and marry with black and white people. You're going to be the group that's attacked the most. If I went and dated Hispanic women or Asian or Middle Eastern, nobody would really care. But black woman, then it's like, okay, people get stirred up for some reason. Uh, hey Corey, good to see you. Uh, but we're seeing marriages that are lasting. Me and my wife have had a great marriage. We've, it's worked. And you find out we're really not that much different. And black women and white men are finding out they're pretty compatible. They really are, and it's amazing. And people in the past never thought it would be successful. I remember when I got married, my grandmother said, "Out of all the grandkids, you're the ones that's not going to work." Well, we're the only ones that work. It's kind of like she cursed the rest of the family. My marriage with my black wife is the one that stood the test of time. It's the marriage that worked. And here we are over 27 years. May we're going to celebrate our 28th year. So, you know, amazing. Now we got kids and grandkids. We're grandparents now, you know, and I like to share that with you guys. We got experience. Me and my wife Sandy, we do. And we talk to people how we made it through. What did we do? How do we cling to each other when hard times came? You know? And I've said this, the other night, I says, you get to a point where you fought the good fight all along, and it's like you embrace when people come for you. It's like, come on, you're not taking us down. We're kicking in doors, breaking down walls, and you're not stopping us. And that's the mentality you got to have. It's us against the world, and we're going to be victorious. You know, and and we have been. And a lot of couples have been. I've talked to so many, and I've been talking to lately, and I want to get these people on the show. I've been talking to baby boomers married interracially over 40 years and stuff. Amazing. And it amazes me that I found so many baby boomers that were doing it. I thought, you know, I knew about the lovings, yeah, but I thought Gen X was the ones that kicked in the door and started making it happen. But the baby boomers did it. And we just carried the torch, and us Gen Xers now we're handing it to the Y generation, which are handing it to the millennials and that's our community. We're the real deal, you know. There's interracial communities and there's people that talk about it. We're living it. This is not a trend for us, it's a way of life, you know? That's how I feel about it. And you know, but it's amazing. I love talking to people that are in that have been in that community forever, way before my time, you know? And the numbers are increasing even more. And right now in today's world, this race loyal thing is going away, guys. It really is. When they opened up integration, it wasn't just so we could eat at the same lunch counter and go to the same school. No, we're integrating completely. We're becoming families together. This is real integration. And you know what? It's a blessing. I think it's a beautiful thing. Some people think it's not. I do. You know, what better way to combat racism than loving each other and creating a family together? Just saying. It won't cure it, but it sure can help. You're not going to get rid of racism, but you can knock it down. You could suppress it, you know. You could put it back in the gutter where it belongs. Oh, is that a stat? I'm gonna put that up there. Black women went from 5% to 13%. Doesn't include boyfriend and girl. You know what? I think you're right. I think I seen that stat. Yeah. Um, the smallest uh group is white men and black women. We seem to be the most race loyal, you might say. But we're increasing at a rapid rate. And yeah, go Blackhawks. But you know what? It's getting even more and more. And you know what? These corporations are focusing on black women and white men. Did you know that? We're the biggest target. You know why? Because we seem to have more disposable income than the other groups, you know? Because black women are getting their education, moving up the corporate ladder, and us white guys that are getting with black women, it's like we're successful too, and it's like bam, the power couple. Um, you got a question? I want to make sure I don't miss none in capitals. When you are dating, pray super hard. Yes, that's words of wisdom right there. Yes, if you're in a relationship, yeah, pray. A prayer never hurts. I mean, even if you're not in an interracial relationship, you're dating, pray, yeah, because and it's interracially, especially because you know what, you're there's haters out there targeting you. They're going to try to knock you down. They're going to try to destroy your relationship. You know, and it's yeah. Gosh, I lost my track. I lost my train of thought for a minute. I was looking at this comment, but yeah, pray super hard. You're absolutely right. Um, so we at 13% now. Let's make it 20% by the end of the year. I'm all for that. Maybe we can do a, a campaign, interracial movement. Build it. build it even bigger, make it better, make it let's hey, let's go beyond 20%. Let's shoot for 30%, 40. Maybe one day it'll be, you know what? I think the percentage is just going to keep climbing. And then before we know it, just people are going to marry who they want to marry. And just, you know, I think that's our future. And amazing. My mother in law said that her mom told her, and this was back in the 40s, I think, that the future, um, people will be more white men would marry more black women. And it would become, the numbers would be great. And it's increasing all the time. Some people don't think it's going to ever be that big. I disagree. I think it's going to be huge. Um, we're in a gradual increase. I think we're going to get some bumps down the road. Maybe 10, 20 years, a huge bump where it just soars. I mean, look at millennials now. They're doing it even more. And here's the thing: in our society, like I said, when we're integrating, it's going to come down to where, um, gosh, I lost. Sorry, guys, I'm kind of tired. Um, yeah, what's that? I estimate in a year or so, more white men channels like mine. I hope so. You know what? I'm rooting for that. I want more channels like mine. I do, and I want the real deal. I want the guy that, I want to see more of men that love black women, like Cup of Joe. He's the real deal. He's the investor. He loves black women, and I want to see channels like that. I want to see the real deal. I want to see, you know, guys with their wives and stuff. I think that's awesome. Um, and I like to show you guys my wife, so you see it's the real deal. We're doing it. We're making it happen. And we've done it for several years. 27 years. Did you say the new Supreme Court Justice, Kenja Brown Jackson, is married to a white man? They've been married for 25 years. He was crying for joy. Yeah. You know what? There's another case. Black women, white men doing it. Professional people. We're leading the way. There's nothing. And here's the thing, and I believe this to be true. And I'll say that from my experience. When you fall in love with a black woman, when you marry a black woman, the love that she gives you will make you twice the man you ever thought you could be. And it's like we complement each other, and there's nothing we cannot accomplish that we can't accomplish. I believe that to be true, and I'm not just saying it. When I married my wife, it was success from the get-go. Now, we weren't rich, but we made things work. We always moved up. We always bettered ourselves. Um, you know, and now we're living really good. Um, because we always lifted up each other. My wife, with her love, has made me better than I could ever be. It's like when I'm with her, it's like there's nothing we can't accomplish. There's nothing we can't do. And I have that feeling. I've always had that feeling. It was like, you know, we are the power couple. There's nothing going to stop us. And maybe the haters along the way have, toughened us up so much that we just feel we're unstoppable. There's nothing we can't do. There's nothing we can't accomplish. There's no love better than our love, and I believe that. And in our community, we are number one. We are doing the best, and we're going to continue to do the best. And I'm not going in on nobody about this. I want everybody's marriage and relationship to be successful. but there's no relationships like ours. We're doing it. We're seeing it in professional America. We're seeing it in the corporation. We're seeing it, in churches. We're seeing it across the board. And people will doubt us, but that's all right. We're going to rise. We will overcome, you know? And I tell people, I tell men that I talk to, I tell them, oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I tell people, I say, you know what? I tell other men, have you thought about black women? Have you? And some men say, oh man, I always love black women, but I don't know how to approach them. I don't know. And some act like it's a secret, don't tell no one. The secret swirl society. Come on now. There was a time people had to do that, not today. Um, but I believe black women are the best choice from what I've seen, from my experiences. Does that mean you can't find a good woman in another group? No, you can. But from what I've seen, from the character, from the love, from the emotions, from the spirituality, you can't beat the black woman. You can't. And I tell you, I would compete for the black woman 1,000 times over, and I did back in the day. And being a white guy, I'm at a disadvantage. Yeah, sure, because it's not normal. But I tell you what, I was there to compete. And ladies, there are men that will compete for you because you are the prize. You are the blessing. And when we come together, we are the power couple. And I believe this. I'm not just saying this. And this is my life. This is not a trend. This is a way of life. And when I talk about the Captain Swirl, that's me back in the day. Now I'm an investor. I graduated to investment. Now I'm really living the blessing. That's the top. When you're invested in the black woman, you're married to her, she's part of your family, she's part of you, she's everything to you. What's that? The basic question: do men in general know how to approach women? No. I want to just say that. I don't know if there's a certain way to approach them. I would just say, do like Nike, just do it. Just do it. Approach and be yourself. Tell her what's on your mind, but be respectful. That would be my advice. Now, are you going to stutter and you going to be nervous? Oh yeah. And if a man really cares about you, ladies, he's going to be nervous. I'm telling you, he might stutter. He might, it might be a little tough, but the key is he has the courage and he approaches you. And be careful of those guys that are, that have the suave words that are just cool and collective. Be careful for them. You're probably running into a player. Um, treat people like people. Yes, most definitely. Thank you. This is golden. Yeah, but we're the power couple. You know what? And I say that, and I believe it. And people are going to get mad at me and say I'm having an agenda and I'm attacking a certain group of men. No, I'm not. I'm just going for, you know, I'm just going for the best woman in the world, the most beautiful. And I got her, and it's not self-hate, it's self-love. Because I could come as a white man and you know, and compete for the black woman. And I did that. And I do it 1,000 times over. No matter how much rejection, no matter how much I have to go through, it's all worth it. In the end, it is. Um, you know. But I want to talk about this. You know, it's we are in a time and where we're living the blessing. Um we're being successful. And not all of us are, of course not. Um, some people make bad decisions. But going by the numbers, we're doing pretty well. A lot better than expected, you know. And it's changing. And the numbers are increasing. And I'm seeing lots of longevity. Okay. Um, and two, ladies, don't let this get into your head because I've heard black women say this. I've heard black men say this. That white men that we want skinny women that are real skinny and um, that have a flat butt and a big chest. I've heard this craziness. That if the woman's got a little weight, we're not interested. That's a lie. Every man is different. Every man is attracted to women with different shapes and sizes. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So don't let that think that you got to be a supermodel to be with a white guy. That's a myth. That's BS. It's just propaganda that people tell you so you don't pursue it. Okay, you know there are some white men that are picky like that. Just like black men, there's some that are picky like that. Some that aren't. Some that prefer women to look a certain way. Some men like women that aren't real skinny. You know, I'm just saying. You know, so don't buy into that. I've heard videos on that, and I'm like, what? What are these people talking about? Just like we're all fetishizers. You hear that all the time, right? Um, you know, and, and it's funny because this guy that came in and said that I need to stop these black women from attacking black men. I felt like saying, you know what? Okay, if I do that, are you going to attack the men that come in, that call me a fetishizer, that call me a simp, that call me whatever the heck they come up with? You going to check them, make and tell them, hey, leave the white man alone. He loves black women. He's a good father. He's a good husband. Leave him alone. Don't, stop attacking him. Am I going to get that? No. So I would just like to say that to people that come in and tell me that. But here's the thing. Like I said before, I'm not going coddle a man. I'm not going, you know what I mean? This is a safe space for black women, not black men, not white men, not Chinese men, black women. Okay, us guys are tough, or we should be, and we should, love and respect women. You know, we should, and that's not a weakness. Okay, that's a strength. Providing for your wife is a strength. You know, not seeing what you can get out of a woman. That's a manipulator. You know, us as men, we have to be the providers, or we should be. Um, we women are the same. We want a good man too. Yeah. All right. What's this? Dear sir, help. The white men come out of their shell. Majority of them are there. Yeah, white men, come out of your shell. And I've been asked this so much that black women say they want white men to open up, to just talk to them, to yeah, come out of their shell. Um, you know, and the staring thing. How many times I get asked that? It's crazy. Like almost every live or every video, I get a comment. Well, this white man stares, but he hadn't approached me. I'll tell you this, ladies. If the man's staring at you, it's not because it's not of hate, and it's not, if he's looking at you, he's interested. Something about you's catching his eye. Okay, I'll tell you that. Whether he has the courage to approach you or not, that's another thing. But he is interested. It's he's admiring you. Something about you is catching his eye. You know, he's not looking at you because he despises you. No, if he wasn't interested, he wouldn't even look at you. I'm just saying. And what I've told ladies, I said, when they give you that stare and do nothing, confront them. Just tell them, just tell them, okay, you want to come stand over here? If you're going to stare at me, why don't you come over here and do it? You get a better look. You can tell them that. Or you could say, is there a problem? You keep looking at me. Is something wrong? Is something on my shirt? What's going on? And it's funny because then you get them turning red and not knowing what to say. Then again, he might be honest and say, you know what? I just find you attractive. That happened to me. I'm just saying. But it would be fun to see that. And I would love to be with standing next to a black woman that uh you know confronts a man that does that. I would just sit back and laugh. Uh they usually stare when I think I'm looking my worst. I would say no. That's just it. That to me, I believe that's just in your mind. And psychologically we're that way. A lot of times we think when someone's looking at us for a certain amount of time that it's something bad, or we don't look right, or we don't look our best. No, I don't believe that's that way at all. I think it's they're interested in you. Something about you catches their eye. I believe that's what it is. I really do. Now, psychologically, we'll think that. A lot of times, we think the worst. I know when I approached my wife, I thought, man, she's going to kick me to the curb, and this ain't going to be pretty. I'm going to be looking stupid, and oh my God, I'm going to have to, after she rejects me, I'm going to have to put my head down and try to, get out of sight. But it didn't happen that way. But psychologically, sometimes we think the worst. Um. Anyway, but open up your options, guys. And ladies, find a way to drop that handkerchief to let that man know you're interested in him. If there's a way you can do that, maybe by saying hi or smiling. When he stares, smile at him and say hi. Or you can confront him and put him on the spot. That's what I would suggest doing. My fro is all dented. What? I bet it looks beautiful. Don't. Hey, by the book, OKC Rob, good to see you. And Corey's in the house, and uh, yeah, but confront him. But guys, we're at a special place. We really are, and I'm telling you, things are going to be turning from race loyal to economic, uh, to where we're coming together economically. I believe that we're going to drift away from race and go more economical. And really, honestly, relationships usually work best when you're at the same level, and the man's um, either more economically than the woman or at the same level. And the reason I say that, and I mean, there's always an exception to the rule, but usually men feel like men when they're, the breadwinners are bringing in most of the income. They feel like they're providing, and it makes us feel like men. It does. It's a natural thing. And women, and I've talked to many women, they say that when the man provides for them, they feel secure, they feel safe, they feel good because he's working hard for her. Um, you know, my wife has told me that she appreciates my hard work and that, in a way, it's the turn on that she knows that I love her, that I'm, you know, working hard, and providing. Hey, sun kissed. Good to see you. Oh, sorting clothes. Okay. I got to do some laundry tonight too before I go to bed. Um, but yeah, we're in a special place, guys. We really are. And there's so many blessings that we can get from our community here, from the interracial community. We can. And those of you that are like me, living the real deal, to us, it's a way of life. You know what I'm talking about. Those of you guys out there that are married to black women, you know how I feel. I don't even have to tell you. You already know. And a lot of the stuff I'm saying, ladies, that many men that are married to black women say the same thing, almost identical. I mean, it would break you down to tears if you hear men that are married to black women, white men, or even Asian and Hispanic men say the same thing, and how much we really love black women and how special they are. And you know, feeling true love from black women, you know. We a lot of times say the same things, and it would bring a chill and a tear because it's true, you know. And that's because you guys do have these qualities. This ain't something that I just made up in my head. This is what I live. This is the love I felt. And the reason I, I uplift black women and I say good things about black women because I've been blessed by black women. And I'm not just talking the ones I've dated and my wife. I'm talking about friendship. I'm talking to, you know, being around black women, what's in their heart. Just being a friend with them is, a blessing. You guys are special and you don't even know how beautiful you really are. And I'm talking inside and out, you know, you really are. And I can tell you this from experience. Okay. Um, that's my truth. That's what I've experienced. The women I've been around been amazing. Now, have there been some black women that were evil and mean? Yeah, but that's in every group. But the majority have been awesome, really have been. And some of us men, we see the true beauty in you, and that's why we're attracted to you. Our eyes are open. We cling to the emotions you have. We cling, to the spirituality. We cling to your big heart. We cling to your love. And first time feeling love from a black woman, true love, I didn't want nothing else. I didn't. Um, and that's my truth. And I'm not just fluffing you up, and it, it's the truth. And you can look at my life. You could talk to my family and who I dated. If my brother ever comes on, he'll tell you. Yeah, my brother's always been with black women. Yes. My parents would tell you that. Um, and I've been married almost 30 years to my wife, my black wife. So what I'm telling you, I'm living it. This is the truth. This is me. And you know what? I love that truth. I love telling you this. And men out there, you should express your love for the woman you're in love with. And guys, and I hope there's more channels like this, white men coming out there telling the story. You know, telling how much they love black women, not being afraid and secret swirler mode, but no, be bold about it. Tell people. Stand up for what you believe, for who you love. I know there's haters out there that don't like me saying it and say, well, why do you got to keep saying you love black women? We get it. Well, because I want to, and because I need to, and because I love doing it. And I'm not stopping until YouTube takes me off. And then I'll find another platform somewhere to say it elsewhere if I have to. And I'm telling you, ladies, I want to see more bold white men. I do. I want to see our other men. And they are getting bolder. They are. They really are. And you know, but it's a blessing to get on here and tell you that. It's a blessing to uplift you ladies. It is. Because you are more valuable than you'll ever know. Your beauty goes way beyond how you look. It's what comes from within. And I can feel it. I see it. You know? It's almost I can feel the love you guys have. And black women are loyal, and I've seen it. I felt it. It's like you can almost feel it. It's like you guys got such an aura about you. It's like, um, and that's why you always been my preference. Uh, give it one more year and see more channels. Well, yeah, might be. I know. There's a couple of men starting channels that they're real small, but they're doing it. And you guys, hey, start that channel. Tell them how much you love black women. Let them know. You know what? It can be a blessing. It gives other people courage to speak out, to seek out that woman they love, that they want to be with, you know, to be in total paradise. And I can't even imagine being in love with a black woman like I am and being so afraid that I never do it. I can't live like I can't see living like that. I can't. I would be in torture my whole life, you know. You queens are spiritual gifted. The most of you know that, and we men carry a rich for you. Yeah, ladies, you are special, and we see it. I know I did. I seen it from the beginning. I tell you, I was in love with black women back at 5 years old. From my babysitter to Donna Summer, from Thelma from Good Times, from Foxy Brown, Diane Carroll, Diana Ross. Um, telling you, I love black women. I always thought they're amazing, and you are. And that carried as a boy to a man. And you know what? When I take my last breath, you'll always be my preference. Always. Always the most beautiful woman. That's my truth. And nobody's going to stop me from saying it. And then somebody say, "Well, you're biased. You know, other women are beautiful." Well, I'm biased. Okay. And aren't we all? Aren't we biased to the wife we're married to? The woman we love? My wife's a black woman, so for of course I'm biased. Of course, that's my standard of beauty. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Uh, but I just wanted to talk to you about this. Um, we have a blessing. We do. And black women, white men, we're doing it. We're getting to know each other and we're making it happen. We're being successful on all levels, really, when it comes to love, spirituality, financial. And that's why we're being targeted by corporations, advertisement. And black women are seen now as smart, professional women. That's what people see. And that's always been in my head. When I see a black woman that's dressed well, I always thought she's smart, professional, got it together. I mean, that's why black women are being seen. The stereotype that Hollywood tried to push forward of being loud and crazy, people don't people don't see black women like that. Maybe haters want to see them like that, but we know the real deal. Uh but anyway, we've been on an hour and 20 minutes. I've been full of hot air tonight, but I wanted to talk about this, and I want to talk about our community, and I want to see more men come out. I would like to see that. And what even more women too, of course. But I want to see the real deal. I want to see, what they say, ain't nothing like the real thing, right? You know, see an interracial couple really living the life, you know, not just talking about it, but living it, picking their brain, getting the experience. I love talking to baby boomers that are married for, I talk to a couple, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. I like to pick their brain. What did you go through? What are some of the troubles you had to deal with? How did you, stick together? How did you fight through it? And they say that about the same thing me and my wife did. Us against the world. Nothing stopping us. You know. Oh, thanks. Yeah, you're going to get plenty of compliments on this channel. Okay? Cuz you know what? I love black women and I love saying it, and a lot of you ladies like hearing it. So you know, it's it's a double bonus. So of course, you know, should white men in America also open themselves to black women from different nationalities? Yeah, of course. There's black women all around the world from different nations, from you know black women in America and Canada, the UK, Africa, the Caribbean, Jamaica, Trinidad, uh, South America. Yeah, I mean, there's black women all over the world. Yeah, I would say be open to women of all nationalities. You know, black women to me are the most beautiful on earth, and I've met black women from different countries, and I found a caring and a sweetness that black women have. Is there something about black women that's awesome, and from other countries, and I've seen it. You know, we love you, queens. Okay. Um, but ladies, you are a blessing. You're a treasure. Um, and like I said, I chose you from the beginning, the black woman. I prayed God would give me a black woman for a wife. I did. That's how much I love black women. I remember as a boy, I would have fantasies that I would be married to a black woman, you know, that I would share my life with a black woman. I always had that fantasy before I got married. Now it's a reality. I'm in paradise and will be as long as I walk the earth, you know. Anyway, I'm going to close up here soon. I'm going to put the link if you want to come up. If you're a troll, don't bother. If you're going to ask me, what is your channel about? How come you do? I'm just going to block you and kick you off. Um, tonight I'm really not in the mood to entertain, an interrogation about my channel or my interracial marriage or none of that stuff. But if you guys want to come up and say a few words, I'll put it. I'll put the link up here, and I'll put it up for a few minutes before I close down. Um, but you know, words of wisdom from Captain Swirl. If you're not looking for the investment, do not swirl. Swirl if you want the investment. Okay, that's Captain Swirl word of wisdom for today. I tell my oh, that's sweet. You tell your boyfriend he's a gift from God. I tell my wife that all the time. You know, you know how I want to describe my wife. You know, and this is my wife. My wife is proof there's a God and He loves me. And that says it all. Words of wisdom from Captain Swirl. Oh, hey, Sunkissed, how you doing?
Good. How are you, my big brother Brent?
Uh, doing all right. I just thought I'd make this live and talk about our interracial community and the blessings we have, and you know, and that was just on my mind, and I was thinking, we have so much of blessings when it comes to black women and white men. It's like when we get together, and I'm speaking from experience, it feels like there's nothing you can't do, like there's nothing beyond your reach. And
Exactly.
and I give credit to the love I get from my wife. She's made me better than I ever thought I'd be just because she loves me. And it's
Exactly.
like I can't let her down. I don't have a choice. It
Good.
would kill me, if not to be successful because she's got so much
Mm-hmm.
faith in me. It's
Exactly.
but
Mm-hmm. That is so good to hear because it should when it comes to our spouses when we pick and choose our who we're going to be with and we say okay this is the one, it should never be a plan B. It
yeah,
should
that's true.
never ever be a plan B. Because if we think, okay, this is what happened, other than if unless that mate cheats. Other than
Yeah.
that, we should never. That's the only time we should think. If will should I consider someone else, or should I opt out? I should say. Other than that, it should never be a plan B. Because if we go in the marriage with the mindset of, okay, if the money runs out, or if they get sick, or if their look should change, if we because
Mhm.
with us as imperfect humans, we always think of, okay, if should I, would I? That's what we do because that's what we always try to think of. How could we put this on someone else or something else? Because we're again, as we said last night, we're heavily flawed. So
Yeah.
when we go into our marriages, that's what we should always have in our mind. Nothing else. Nothing else. Absolutely nothing. It would never be a plan B. And
Yeah.
that is why I say we should always do the inner work. We should always think, in my mind, at least that's where I want to be.
Yes.
Nothing else will ever, 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 ever come next to this person. Because I want to wake up thinking, how could I fall in love with this person a little bit more? Because I want to already be totally in love with me. And so
Hmm.
when I walk down the aisle and meet him, I want to know that that's the one.
Yes.
Because I already know I'm the one. I'm that chick. I'm just saying.
Hey, you're the one. Now he's got to be
I
the
already
one.
know. I already know. I'm just saying. But what the
Yeah.
kinks that I already have right now, I want to know they're already worked out. And so I want to know for a fact that he's already that's the one. And so we should already know that there is never going to be a plan B. And if there's an infidelity, it could be me. because I'm heavily flawed. We always think, well, if that person should ever do that,
Yeah.
it could be you, ma'am, or whatever. It could be me. I pray not. I would like to think I'm not that chick, but it could be me.
Well,
so the thing is, I would like to hope and pray that he can see the way that I'm seeing, you know. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in on that. Yeah, I mean, we're flawed. Anybody can fall in temptation.
Yeah.
And that's where God comes in. That's where you cling to the Lord. You look in the Bible, and when you're married, it says, "Forsake all."
Exactly.
Forsake all.
Oh,
right?
You got me clutching my invisible pearls, Brent. My goodness.
Yeah. No. But,
I mean,
but that's where we stay out of that problem. Now,
exactly.
your eyes. Keep your eyes on your wife, your husband.
Yes.
Okay, your wants, your desires. Okay, because men and women, we do desire each other. It's natural. But keep it with your wife and husband. Don't keep your eyes on each other. Don't be looking around. Don't be getting bad thoughts. And another thing, you have friends, right? I got a lot of friends that are women, right? I do.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. I never hang out with them alone.
There you go. See?
There's another thing. So you don't here's the thing. You know how you stay out of temptation? Don't put yourself in that situation.
That part.
So
yes.
Now, if you're friends, you can talk to them at work, or if you're in a group, that's fine. But you never alone.
There you go.
And stuff like that, you can get through that. You can avoid. See, and I always said that people that fall into temptation, most of the time, are people that want to be tempted.
That's it. Because you know what? That's the thing. That is. Oh, you speaking facts. That's it. That is so it. That's so it. And that's the thing. That it's about our. It's at the end of the day. Everything you just said, the crux of it all is desire. It's the desire of it all. See, and so many men don't get that. Women, we get it. A lot of times, we get it. Now we put ourselves in a situation again. At the end of the day, it is really because we want it. Men aren't as dumb as they would like to pretend to be, but there are a lot of times, no shade, but sometimes y'all are dumb, and there are times that we have as women, because we're thinkers. We think, we plan, we write down, we schedule. We're the only ones that use our calendars on our phones a lot of times. Prior to phones, we carry that around the planners. We're the ones that remind the husbands of the mother's anniversaries and all that. We remember the anniversaries and all that. We're planners, we're thinkers, we go deeper. And so the thing is, a lot of times we have to say, listen, I know why she's doing what she's doing. She likes you. And a lot of times y'all just poor thing. Sometimes y'all are so we say, no. She was just, she was just calling because and the wife said, did she have to call 3 days in a row for the same thing? No, because she just want to remind me of the color. She told you about the color 2 days ago. No, because she said that I might have forgotten. Listen, and the wife may have to get a little gruff in her throat, So a lot of times, we sometimes have to remind our significant others and things of that nature, and because we may look a little deeper. Now there are times y'all know better, because sometimes there's there's a reciprocity in that attraction, So a lot of times, again, like you said, there are times that the desire is there, and it's because he may be attracted to that woman, and there are times that he wants to be amongst that temptation. So it is up to him to set up boundaries, and not just set the boundaries up and kick them down when it's convenient. Set them up and keep them up, and keep that temptation from being there, because sometimes, a lot of times we don't just fall into temptation. A lot of times we manufacture and we set it up. We build up that temptation with our own tools. So not just men, because women do the same thing. Now, are women better cheaters? Unfortunately, sis, y'all hear me. We are.
You bet.
We are. Because we're
Yeah.
we're a lot better at doing things than men are. We just again, because we're deeper thinkers. And we just know how to stay consistent. Men y'all just so pitiful. When it comes to that, y'all just need to check in with us
Well,
to ask us how to cheat. Y'all just not consistent. But the thing is, and all jokes aside, seriously, it's about the temptation. And when you talked about, you mentioned about, like the scriptures mention, to not lust after another woman. When a man is married to his wife, don't look at the woman the woman and actually look at her in a lustful way. Now, a man may look at a woman and go, "Oh, she's attractive, she's pretty." Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Your man is not blind. If he don't look at a woman and think that she's pretty, you might want to check your man, and wonder who you're working with.
wonder if he's looking at. Make sure he's not looking at that guy down the road.
You might want to embrace that, because there have been times that I've talked to guy, or been in a relationship with a guy, and he may say, "Oh, she's pretty. Oh, she really is pretty." Or I may go, "Oh, she's beautiful, isn't she?" I'm okay with me. Sun kiss is okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm good with me. If you're not comfortable with him acknowledging, "Oh, she's attractive, she's pretty. Yeah, I think she's pretty." If he's not falling asleep while he's looking at her, just and drooling while he's looking at her, be okay with that. You want that dialogue to be there. If it's not disrespectful, if he's not treating as he's, to compliment women, or being disrespectful, to lean into your insecurities. It's so much behind that. It just all depends on what's going on in your relationship and what he's doing to make you. It all depends on if he's using it as a weapon. So at the end of the day, if it's healthy, am I making sense or not?
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah. The thing of it is, I can look at a woman and see she's beautiful without lusting. And what you got to do is keep in your mind, your wants, your desires belong to your wife.
Desires, exactly.
Yeah. Well, and even your friendship, admiring her, that belongs to your wife. The company.
But she need to be able to say that to him too. If she look and go, "Oh, he's handsome," he need to be okay with that, with her acknowledging. Now, if he's saying, "Oh, yeah, he look good,"
well, there's different ways you can look. I mean, if you just say they're attractive, you can see someone that's attractive without having a lustful eye for them. Sure,
exactly. It needs to be healthy, and again, that balance has to be there, and every approach needs to be done in a healthy way. It just needs to be in a healthy way. So I like what you mentioned earlier on that, and then too, when you talked about the about the, I love what you said earlier about the one race not being no better than the other, and all that. You always use great balance with your delivery, Brent. I was like, of course. First, I was mad because I had to continue I cook, and then I had to do all these womanly things around the house, and then I got excited with some of the things you were talking about. Then I forgot I was working, so I thought, okay, this is good. So again, you were saying about one race not being any better than the other, and then you said even amongst the same race and brothers and sisters, and I said exactly. But Satan, and you said, someone said, I wasn't looking at the chat, but someone said that racism is a sin, and of course I was applauding them. Whoever said that was great. And two, like they said, Satan. It mentions in Corinthians how Satan, man, we are not used to Satan's designs. Satan doesn't have to use up his trickery. It has always worked with mankind. He doesn't have to change it up. Even though times change, and when it comes to the calendars change, but here's the thing: Satan can use the same stunt. He can use the same mental trickery and things of that nature. But when it comes to him using all this madness that he uses, it may seem different, but it's not. Again, Think about what he used with Adam and Eve. He used Adam and Eve, but he did the same thing with Jehovah God, with our Heavenly Father. He used the same thing because he thought he was better than God, the number one hater. He thought he was better than God. So the thing is, if he thought he was better than God, he's God of the system of things. He's the wicked God of the system of things. He's a lowercase God. He's a wicked God. But he thought he was better than God. So he thought, well, I can get Adam and Eve to think that they're better than God. So he used the same thing on them. So he's doing the same thing down to using something as stupid and silly as the fabric of our skin, like we mentioned last night. I can make one race feel like they're superior. And racism comes from false religious teachings from on the inside by using, what did he do? He flipped the scriptures and he made religion, false religious leaders use false doctrines. And he kept it in religion. He never took it out of religion, just like he started with Adam and Eve. And he just still using it today. Now it's just trickled out of religion. It's still there because you still find a lot of churches that won't allow Black people in their churches. Even now, you even letting them shoot up churches. But he's got a lot of Black churches that they won't let white people in, no more than white people will let Black. So it's both back and forth. So the thing is, it hasn't changed. Down even with Cain and Abel. That's why Cain killed Abel. It hasn't changed since biblical times. So I love the fact that whoever it was, I'm so sorry I wasn't looking at the chat. So kudos to you. It really is a sin from the beginning. Just Satan started it all the way down to today. And like you said, one's no better than the other.
Yeah, and look at racism. There, if you look deep in what causes it, it's fear, there, jealousy, feeling superior, different, and they use human nature, like you want to believe you're the best and your group's better than the other group, but you get to thinking that, and then that turns into not just thinking you're better, but then it turns into hate. It could go to violence. It could, it could go so far. Yeah, and it's the devil's tool. It sure is.
It's the devil's tool. It really is.
And us as Christians, we're supposed to reach out to all human beings.
Exactly, because it says that God is not partial.
Yeah, he's not partial. He's not a respecter of persons. He don't care what you look like, where you came from, how much money you got, whether you have a house to live in or you live on the streets. He loves us all.
Exactly.
One is not better than the other. Some people have better opportunities. Some people have more wealth. Some people have more privileges. But under God, he loves us all. There's, he's not a respecter of persons. He don't care what you have or where you came from. In fact, what you have, he allowed you to have. I mean,
and that's what we have to remember. And with that one thinking one was better than the other from the beginning, there were so many lost their lives. Adam and Eve lost their lives trying to be better than God, no more than him, stemming from Satan. Cain killed Abel because he wanted to be better than Abel. And it trickles all the way down today. Like you said, people are losing their lives over that all the way down to today. People are dying because one group wants to be better than the other. Black women are losing their lives because they want to divest, every 5 hours. That's why that number is gotten so much greater. And I know that I watched someone, and that is why that number has grown, because Black women are wanting to divest because one group wants to be better. And it wants to, because of a skin color, and it shouldn't be. It's all should boil down to love.
Yeah. And jealousy is a big sin. People have hurt or taken people out over jealousy. Sure.
And Jesus even said that jealousy can can cause a person to murder. Jesus,
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yeah.
yeah.
People have done it over jealousy. Yes, they
Yeah.
have. Oh, yeah, you're right.
So
But
that I love
yeah,
what that person said earlier. I love what that person said. I said
yeah,
that's a huge. That was really big with this person, whoever it was. I'm
yeah.
so sorry to call them a person. I didn't get their name, but whoever said that, I said that's really big. That goes a long way on this show.
I think it was Akeda Reyes said it.
Oh, okay. The great comment. Great, excellent comment. I have
Yeah.
to say, yeah. But that was huge. So I have to speak on that. That was excellent. But
Somebody asked me, you can't be a Christian and be racist.
that's exactly it. That's exactly
Yeah.
it. Now, sometimes it takes a while to be you have to learn better in order to do better. So it takes a while to root those out because like the scripture said, a lot of times those things are strongly entrenched. So you have to pray and ask for it. You have to work at it and want to work at it. But
but if you're not Christ-like if you're racist.
exactly.
that don't make sense.
There you go.
We are sinners. We're not going to be like Christ, but a Christian strives to be like Christ.
There you go.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. And not use our weaknesses as an excuse to do wrong. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're
but we don't want to venture off. I just thought that racism, along with being, trying to be better than the next because of our love for a white, you being loving a black woman or us wanting to love a white man, I thought that was really good. That was good.
Yeah, and I think interracial relationships will help with racism. It'll help us beat it down. We're not going to totally get rid of it because you can't totally get rid of sin. That's something God's going to have to do when he comes back again. But we could keep it suppressed where we're at. We could keep it down. We don't have to let it flourish and be part of our lives. We can, we have a choice. We don't have to accept evil. And racism is a big sin. When we're babies, we're not born with it. It's something that's taught to us. But it's a sin, it's and it's a horrible sin. It's the devil has used that through time to get people to hate each other and do horrible things to each other. Sure. But I don't want to get wrapped up in that, but we can have a blessing. We can come together in interracial marriages and stuff, and we can make it work. I've lived the blessing, and I've seen other people live that blessing. And I always, when I came on YouTube, I wanted to show the blessing. I wanted to show the true life interracial couple, the true, the real deal. Because sometimes in our community, people go into our platform, into our community, and talk about interracial relationships because it's a hot topic, because it's trendy, because people want to hear about it. But not everybody's living the real deal. It's sometimes people are piggybacking off our lives, our off our community here. And I'm not against people talking about it or being allies to us and supporting us. And there's a lot of people in the channel that aren't in an interracial relationship, but they appreciate it. They back me up because they believe I should be who I'm with, and my wife should be who she wants to be with. That we have that right to love and marry who we want to. And I just want to kind of hit on that, and
but I watched some show. I have watched shows. You can tell if a person is really authentic and whether they have if they're really divested, who they're leaning more towards. if they're really sincere in what what they're leaning towards. And a lot of times when you were saying earlier how if the person is just kind of like regurgitating what they're hearing from other channels,
Yeah.
because that is that's the trend.
Uh-huh.
Or if they really if they're really meaning what they're saying. And I have heard some, and I'm like, whatever, and I just swipe and either not subscribe or unsubscribe.
It's kind of funny because I've seen that too, and I can kind of I could almost tell. I mean, I can't totally, but you can kind of sense it if they're genuine.
Yeah.
If they're really into it, or it's just a trendy thing that's you know cute, and something that's people are interested in.
Mhm.
Because there are people that are view chasers, or
Mhm.
because they want to just have something. I've seen them on YouTube. They want to have a channel that's just hitting views and doing great. And
Mhm.
sometimes people want that so bad they'll go into something that they're not familiar with, but
Mhm.
something that's a hot topic,
Yeah.
something that's um and this is a hot topic, but another thing, people, there's some channels that focus on drama. People love drama, right?
Yeah.
um
Yeah.
some people will alter you know what they like into going something that's a hot topic. And
Mhm.
they can do that. I'm not going after nobody. I'm just saying that
No. Yeah.
um
Yeah.
when I watch it, I like the real thing. I like people that are actually living it. I like people that are in deep, that um like I talked about Joe when he talks about his about black women. This man really loves black women, and it's
Mhm.
awesome because it's like, hey, he's like me. I mean, we got something in common. And he speaks about it boldly. He's not just a guy that's loves black women, just you know not being seen. He's putting himself out there. He's telling the story. He's
Mhm.
telling you how he feels. And that's what I wanted out of the chat, to show people, hey, this is what I think, this is what I believe, this is who I love, and not only tell you but show you. And I think that's just awesome, amazing, and I love doing
Mhm.
it. And you know, but I could
Yeah.
talk all night about this, but you
But
know,
yeah, my thing is, this is a big investment for people. These are people's lives. You
yeah,
messing with people's hearts and their minds. If I go to a cardiologist uh, a neurologist or whatever, if I go and talk to someone because I'm having issues with my heart or with my brain,
uh-huh.
first of all, if you don't know anything about that, if you've never gone to school and gotten your degrees, don't come to me and say, "Oh, well, let me talk to you about your heart and your brain." Now you're playing too much because you might
Yeah.
come up mid. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Scratch that, Brent, because I was gonna say. But anyways,
Oh, okay, yeah.
don't. I was just gonna say you might come up missing, but just my thing is, don't come to me playing with my brain and my heart. If you don't know, if you've never been in an interracial relationship, you don't know what you're talking about in terms of that. Don't come to me telling me, let me tell you about an interracial relationship. Don't come to me talking about, oh, let me tell you what it is about divesting. Don't come to me about that. If you've
Yeah,
never been in, not even have you ever been on at least a date with, no, okay, well then how about you just not coming to me at all? Because if I come on your channel, if I see that, me as someone that wants to, get some more tidbits, because I'm researching on something that's going to deal with my heart, my mind.
Yeah.
Because I'm serious about this. Okay, I'm still doing some research on this. That means I'm gonna go when I see this thumbnail, I'm gonna go, oh. And I'm
Yeah.
going to come to you because I want to know some more. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And if I come to you about this, especially someone that's vulnerable, especially the younger generations, or those that someone that even mentioned asks you some questions about certain things, clearly is because they're nervous, or someone that even asks you, how do I do this in terms of inviting these people, my significant other to my family that are racist. This is a
Yeah.
touchy situation. Come on
It,
now.
it is. It is. And yeah, I mean, and they probably want to hear from someone that's actually been in that situation. You
That's
know,
why
and
they're asking you. They're serious about this. This is
yeah,
not
and
just yeah.
yeah, and here's the thing. I put in my title swirling and investment. I didn't put divestment. And here's the thing. I know about it, but out of respect, I'm not going to try to be the subject matter expert because I'm not a black woman that's
Well,
divested. So
you're
or
investing, but I'm just but in terms of
yeah,
divesting,
yeah,
invest, yeah.
yeah, but they're in the same community. Well, some of them,
Yeah.
it ain't about dating the white guy. It just getting, from what I hear, out of the community or out of maybe it's a state of mind. I don't know. I'm not going, but out of respect, I didn't put it in there because I don't want to act like I'm the subject matter expert because I'm not. Now, if I talk about swirling and investment, that's down my alley. That's my life. That's what I've
Mhm.
done. That's what I'm living. Um, it would be, and it would be like me making a video on black love. I mean, people would
Mhm.
they would laugh at me like, "What are you talking about, guy?" Um, and
Right.
here's the
Right.
thing: people
Mhm.
think I attack it because I'm in an interracial chat. No, I actually want to see it grow and be a beautiful thing because marriage
Mhm.
across the board is a beautiful thing, right? But
Mhm.
I can't really go into that because I'm not living it. It's not something I'm familiar with. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
That'd be like me talking about Chinese marriages, It'd be like,
Exactly.
um,
Exactly. Yes.
I
Yes.
mean, I could research it. I
Mhm.
could learn about it. Um, but it's like when we're in our thing here, I can tell people about interracial dating. I've got history back to 1985 to
Mhm.
my wife now, and times were different back then than they are now. But
Mhm.
I can relate. And these baby boomers that were married like 40 years, I can relate to them. I could learn something. They've had it much harder than me and my wife have. And, the millennials will have it easier than me and my wife did, and so on and so on. And,
Mhm.
but, and I'm not against people researching it and talking about it, but, for me, I want the real deal. And,
Yeah. Yeah.
I just,
It's just the people respect it more if you've had
yeah,
just some kind of like some on hand experience. They believe you're believed and you're respected more. If you've never had that experience, it's like get some of that under your belt. It's my thing is you can do all the research you want, but if you've never gone and done some internship, you know
yeah,
it you know yeah that you can go and get all the college experience you want, but there at the end of the day, you got to go in the field and get some internship. Period. The end.
yep.
That they want you to
It's
go into
about
the field.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so, you can Google all you want to, but
it's like it's like kind of like you take let's say you're in the military, right? You train for war, you train to fight, and you
mhm,
haven't done it yet, and
mhm,
you know what it's about. You got an idea. you kind of rehearse it, you train it, you learn it, but you really
Mhm.
don't know it till you're in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And that's like the interracial thing. You can study it in books, you can study people's behavior and say, you know what, if you want to be a successful and interracial relationship, and look at the book, okay, it says do this, treat each other kind, and and whatever. But when you get it from somebody that's actually lived it, that actually been through it, um, that's like battle tested experience, you might say.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, but anyway, I don't know why I'm getting all into that, but
No, it's just that, when it comes to because this thing is a trend.
eh,
And those of us that are looking to, we're still working on ourselves and still trying to get the homework. We're still trying to get all the meat and potatoes that we can get, because we're really serious on that about this, and we're still trying to get as much as we can be prior, so when we see them, we know. And because
yeah.
we've gotten all we can get, and being that this is a trend, it's almost like people that are putting out these these fake what do you call that, these when people die, they put these fake, well, all this, whenever something big that happens, people try to I think since Tracy Braxton died, I think it was a YouTuber put out that these people were putting these fake to gain sympathy, to gain money from the public. They put these fake
All fake fundraisers or something? Is
yeah,
that
to get money from to garner
yeah,
money, sympathy and money from the public. I forget what they call those things.
I
So
I don't
this
know.
I forget what they call those things.
Is it like a GoFundMe thing or
Yeah,
something?
the GoFundMe. That's kind of
Yeah,
like, in a sense, it may not even be these YouTubers are asking for money. I'm not saying that, but it's kind of like to get the clicks and views. It's they following this trend, this wave. They're looking at it when maybe it is, I
well
guess, but it's a trend,
well,
and so everybody are jumping on this so-called trend.
you know
And so,
what though?
hmm,
Yeah, you know what though? We all do that. I've done it. We kind of jump on trends.
no,
I'm
but
not a
my thing is this: it's okay, but as long as you have the proper, you've done the work, you have something to offer, is what I'm saying.
uh-huh.
You have something to offer because you've lived it. You know
Yeah,
something. You could
yeah.
actually offer something that's true and authentic. That's the point. That's good that you have something to offer, because
Mhm.
you have the information, the education, and you've done the field work.
Yeah.
That's totally different from people that are actually jumping out here and saying, "Oh, I'll
Oh,
jump on the trend and I'm going to, throw something out there," and it's almost like a GoFundMe account in a sense.
yeah. Hey,
You know,
Nancy said just joining. What's the current topic and point under the discussion? We're talking about swirling investment, the interracial community, and we're talking about the real thing. We're talking about people that are living it, and we're talking about it being a trend. Interracial relationships is trendy. It has been for some time. And what we're talking about is, you know, getting it from somebody that talks about it and people that actually live it. I'm not against either one. If people want to do a channel on it and research it, that's fine. Um, I know when I watch YouTube, I like seeing people that are really living it.
hmm
Um, to get their are in anything,
hmm
anything they're doing. You can even watch YouTube on working on a car. You want to see the real mechanic doing it, that's been through it or whatever it is. Um, you know, but
yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
yeah. I'm like, whatever it is what it is. But
Yeah,
my thing is, I'm big on.
but
I can call some. I'll look and go, oh, he doesn't know. He don't know. He just on here to get clicks and views, and I immediately lose respect.
Yeah.
I'll look and go, they don't know what they're talking about. And immediately, I don't have time. My time is valuable. I don't have time for this mess, and go on, because they're just jumping on. It's just they're trying to follow a trend to get clicks and views.
Yeah. And some people,
saying?
yeah, some people do that, and then later on they find their real passion,
Mm-hmm.
and so, but um, and I picked this subject to talk about because this is what I know. This is my life. When I talk about interracial marriage, I can talk all day about it.
Mm-hmm.
27 years, I got a lot of experience and things I can talk about. And I could tell people how my marriages worked. I can tell what me and my wife Sandy do. Now, does that work for everybody? No. We're all different. Um, but I want to show the blessing, and I don't want to lead nobody the wrong way. And I always say, when you do it, when you interracially date, marry, vet that person, get to know them inside and out.
Mm-hmm.
That's we're all flawed, right? So you can meet, awesome people or horrible people in any group. Um, but for me, and my point was, yeah, this is trendy, but for me, it's not a trend; it's a way of life. This is, the interracial marriage is my life. The swirling was the beginning. The investment is now,
Mm-hmm.
and as I walk the earth until my last breath and go into eternity, that's me. That's everything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I like sharing that with people. I like telling people about it. There's so much negative. There's so many people that put hate and generalizations and stereotypes, and then you got the swirling gone wrong jokers out there looking for the most tragic, horrible thing to show you to try to prove that it's an evil thing and you're going to be destroyed if you do it. um I like to counterbalance it. um I give black women praise and uplifting because I see so much, and I feel that way. I have love for black women. I do. I think they're beautiful and awesome, but two, I think there needs to be a balance because there's enough people attacking black women, and I hate to see that. I just it I'm not into attacking anybody, but I just don't think there's a balance, and I get upset with um white men that date, marry black women, but don't. How can I say this? Don't proclaim their love for them. That don't speak out. For me, I feel tell the world, tell the truth, tell how you feel, profess your love. I mean, it drives me crazy. Um, and like I was talking about that guy that says, "Oh, I like black women too," in a low voice and looking around like, "What are you doing? Are you ashamed of what you like? Are you ashamed of who you love?" And I see that, and that just it just it I don't know, it just drives me crazy. It kind of makes me mad. I just want to I just wanted to choke this guy. What are you doing? And it's like, we're not we're not secret swirlers here, guy. I mean, you could love who you want and be, uplifted, you know? But anyway, um that was just you know,
It's true.
anyway, that just something that gets under my skin because I'm like, you know, and I heard Joe say this, you love black women, tell people, show them, you know, and I think we should. Okay, Rob OKC says they treat me like trophies. Oh, they treat them like trophies. Treat me like trophies. But yeah, I mean, it's okay, guys, to tell who you love. It's okay to lift up your wife. It's okay to say you love black women and that they're special. Point out their qualities. Nothing wrong with that. That's not a weakness. That's a strength.
Mm-hmm.
You know, tell the world how you feel. I do. Everybody knows that I love black women. I've said it on YouTube in front of the world. I say it at work. I tell people how much I love my wife all the time. They know I love my wife. They hear it all the time. They might not want to hear it every day, but too bad. But anyway,
That's the issue.
I
We think it's awesome. That is so good. Um, but you know, people will brag about their cars, about their material possessions, and how much
uh-huh.
money they make and all that, but feel that they have to hide their love for a black woman. That
Yeah.
that causes so much more trauma and make a
It,
black woman feel like it just heightens her anxiety that much more. Regardless if what color her significant other is, but even more so when she feels that she's divested for better, and then
mhm.
she's hidden,
Yeah.
or she has to go at it alone, or
Yes.
she has to speak up for herself, or now she has to fight both sides, both communities, and it's just that, again, then
Yeah.
that's when her anxiety grows even more. It's just, so when she could feel that she's protected, at least on his side, and she has him to protect her, at least she can breathe when she's at home, or when she's with him. That, at least, that's one area where she could catch her breath, you know
Yeah.
so yeah, so that's great to hear.
Yeah, and you feel less than. I remember back when I was dating back in the 80s, showing how old I am. I remember, the girlfriends I had, there were some that wouldn't take me home, and I just felt like less than. I'm like, you say that you have love for me, you love being with me, we have fun, but you will not, you're too ashamed to bring me to your family, right?
Right, Steve.
And and there was a reason behind it. There was a couple young ladies. Their dads actually told me they don't want me to have nothing to do with their daughters. And I understand that, but I felt okay if there's love, it don't matter. And and I think it should be that way. There was a question earlier. Should you wait to tell racist relatives or someone that don't agree with it? And my opinion is don't hide it.
Mm-mm.
You love who
Mm-mm.
you love, and lift up that person you love. And you know what? It's going to hurt because they might not like it. It could be a family member. It could be your mom and dad. And
Mhm.
but if you love that person and you're willing to make them your husband or wife, you got to put them above everybody.
That's
And
right.
that means mom and dad, that means brother and sister, that means your best friend from kindergarten or whatever. When you're
Mm-hmm.
married, the most important person in your life is your spouse. The most important person in my family is my wife, hands down.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is more important than my wife. And that even includes my kids. And I love my kids. I do anything for them. But what I'm saying is my wife's the most important
That's
person.
right. That's right.
And that's how it should be in a marriage.
Yes,
And
sir.
if you're really in love with someone like that, mom and dad ain't going to get in the way. Brother and sister aren't going to get in the way. Your aunt or your uncle, it just, your best friend, you know, you will push them aside for the one that matters most in your life. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I got my opinion with that. That's why when I was dating, if she wouldn't bring me home to meet her family, it didn't matter how much I was attracted, how much love I had for her, she was gone.
That's right.
And that was my vetting thing. I felt if you can't bring me and show that you have love for me in front of your family, we have nothing here. Um,
Yeah.
and I still believe that to this day. You know, I've been married. My wife brought me home day one. There was no problem there. But
Mm-hmm.
um, that's how I feel. And if you're going to be in an interracial relationship, it's going to be painful, guys. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say, we got together and there was no problems and everybody loved us. No, that wasn't the case at all. But We loved each other more than any problems, more than a family, more than society, more than anything. And that's part of being having that experience, being through it. And I could tell you what you're looking at, what you can end up facing. Okay. It might be a little worse than what I went through, or it might be better, you know. But
Mhm.
when you get together and married, that's your family now.
Yep.
It tells us that in the Bible. When you grow
Mhm.
up, a man will leave his mother and father and find him a
Mhm.
wife and start his own family. That's what we're supposed to do. Um, and it's your family now. Mom and dad, yeah, they're part of your family, but this is your family. Your wife is your family.
Mhm.
And same thing with my kids. When my oldest daughter got married, that's her family now.
That's right.
Uh, and that's where her priority is. Her husband's the most important person in her life. And her husband, she's the most important person, you know. Um, and that's what we need to train our kids anyway. But interracially, you're going to have more problems than people that marry within the race. You are. There's no doubt
Mhm.
about it. And you're going to have to fight it. You're going to have to be strong. And I tell people, if you're not ready, don't jump into it, you know. Um, but if
Yeah.
you are, you can have such a blessing that you will be like, man, there's nothing I went through with my wife that it wasn't worth it. I would do it a million times over. I would not change my path in any way. But anyway, um,
You said something earlier too when you said that when a man finds a good thing, you meant someone you said it or someone else, but when a man finds a good, they talk about the scriptures. A man finds a good thing.
yeah, when he finds a wife, he finds a good thing, and he finds favor with the Lord.
Yeah, right, exactly. But when he finds a good thing, people quote that scripture. But when he finds a good thing, and then they stop there when they quote that scripture. But when he finds a good thing, what does he do with it? Because people quote that scripture, and that is absolutely true. I mean, extremely
Well,
true.
I mean, you got to take care of the good thing. You find a wife, that's a blessing. Yeah, you
Exactly.
got to maintain. You got to take care of her. You got to provide for her. You got to love
Yeah,
her. When it,
exactly.
you got to show her love in every way. You
Hmm.
got to provide for her. You got to make sure her needs are met. You
Hmm.
got to make sure she's happy. You got that.
Hmm.
Um, and your wife returns the favor because she
Hmm.
supports you. She loves you. She's loyal to you. It's perfect love if you do it
Hmm.
God's way. But yeah, you
Hmm.
find a good thing. That don't mean you can't destroy it. I mean,
Yeah.
you can find a good wife and mess it up, sure. But yeah, you know,
Yeah. Because
but
now
you
I say that because you mentioned earlier about the simping. Because a lot of times you hear a lot of people that
uh-huh.
goes to church, a lot of religious leaders, they quote that scripture, but they just stop right there. Well, what
Yeah.
do you do with her? Yeah, when you find that good thing, because many men do, but then what do you do with that once you find it? Because many do find that, but what
You
do
you
you do once you find that? You see
you
what I'm
take
saying? And,
care
and
of
I
it.
like
You
the
take
fact that's right. But do
well
you, when you find her, is it considered simping? You see what I'm saying? And
well,
I
this
like that you broke that down earlier. I'm just kind of
yeah,
like going
yeah,
off of what you said earlier.
with the simping thing, what I'm okay, I maybe I don't understand it totally, but this is the way I look at it. Okay. Simping's like the opposite of pimping, right? When you're
Right.
pimping, you're exploiting women. You're having
Mhm.
them work for you. You
Mhm.
you're getting something out of them.
Mhm.
It's like they're providing for you and you're manipulating them, right?
Mhm.
Um, and we think of pimping, we think of like prostitution, but
Mhm.
it's not just that. It's like you could be with like with a woman that has an apartment or a house, and you know you get with her and she provides for you, you're kind of pimping it. You're taking advantage, right?
Mhm.
Um, some men glorify that, and I think this is where the simping comes in, where you're doing the opposite. You're providing for the woman. And maybe I'm not totally understanding that, but some
No,
men look at it as
you
weak. Like
Mhm.
you show
Mhm.
her love, you lift her up, like you're kind of kissing up to her. I think that's the way they look at it.
Mhm.
But it's not. You're doing what a man should do. You're
Okay.
showing her love.
Mhm.
Um and there's nothing wrong with expressing your love. We should do it more as men. We should. Um,
Mhm.
and of course, to our wives, we need to do it, but you could do it to your friends. When I talk about black women, I say I love black women.
Mhm.
It's, it, I love my wife a different way than black women. But what I say is, when I say I love them, I
Mhm.
think they're beautiful. I think they got good character. I think they got good traits,
Mhm.
and I love them for that.
Mhm.
Um, you know, and from what I experienced. Um, but I think when simping is like, and I I haven't been familiar with this word a long time. People have called me that because I'll say something about black women or about my wife, and I'll share how much love I have, and I I think some men look at it as like a weakness, like she's getting over on you because you're providing for her instead of her providing from you. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but that's how I see it.
No, no, you're not. You're right. That is
Um,
exactly.
but as a
There.
man, we're supposed to be the provider. So when somebody calls me a simp, I take it as a badge of honor. Like, okay, I'm a man. I'm providing for my wife and family. Okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm not manipulating my wife. I don't have her working two jobs while I'm at home. Um, so that's where my mindset is with that.
Yeah.
Um, and people in the chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because this word's kind of new to me. But when I look it up, like in an urban dictionary, and then kind of bounce it with the pimp simp type thing, it just seems like the opposite of manipulating women. And to
And
me,
what tell me what they said because I'm a little new at it too. So I mean I don't
oh
know if I'm getting it right. I'm
no,
old. I'm old. So
well, what happened is sometimes I'll get a comment, "Oh, you're a simp," or I made that video about black women. How do I show you that we're doing something? Can I just start with saying I love you? I have love for you. I have respect for you. One guy in the comment, and I deleted it, he says, "Yeah, this is simping 101."
oh wow.
And okay, say what you want. Um, but why not lift up black women? If you're married to one, why wouldn't you lift up black women in general? Just if you've been blessed from them and they've done nice things for you, why not? Like, it's like return the favor. You bless me, and I'm showing love to you. It's and
Mhm.
you know, black women are the most loyal, right? And a lot of them love black men. They'll even tell me some will be brokenhearted because they want to get married, and the ride and die thing, and women have said that black men all the way, and it don't matter. Um, if they're showing you that much love, you have a blessing. And what I would say to black men, embrace it. Tell them you love them. Tell them
Mhm.
they're beautiful. And you know what? Get with them, marry them, and you know what? Bring the numbers up. And I don't know. It just that's how I see things. It's like if
Yeah.
someone loves you, return the love.
Mhm.
I just I don't know. I just I
Yeah.
just don't understand it. If a
Yeah.
woman is that loyal, a group of women and the collective are that loyal to these men, why wouldn't they embrace it? Why wouldn't they say they love them? Why wouldn't they marry them? Why wouldn't they have families? Why? You
Mhm.
know? And you know what? I've seen the beauty and value of a black woman, and I wanted one for my wife because I seen the blessing. And and I'm just dumbfounded. I'm just
Okay,
like,
okay,
you know,
Brent. I
but
have a question. I have a question when you're done with that. And seriously, I'm kind of dumb to something, so I need you to answer something for me when you're done with them. But I'll wait. I'll wait.
no, I was just saying, if a group of women shows you a group of men that much love,
Mm-hmm.
embrace it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. I know
yeah,
it's not supposed to be understood. That's not supposed. Don't think that hard. You're dead on. It's just not supposed to be understood. If it makes sense to you, then I'm going to be scared of you because it's not supposed to be understood. What you're
yeah,
saying is spot on. What you're thinking and your logic is spot on. So the day you start to understand the opposite of what you're thinking today, then I'm going to be afraid of you. So no, you're spot on.
right.
Yeah.
Well, if I get to that point, put me in a hospital and lock me down because
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
lost it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I just think, and I've said this. I said, black men, you are so blessed. You got the most beautiful woman in your community that loves you, that will just give everything to you, and you like. Some of you just kick her to the curb, and it's like, wow. I and maybe I'm wrong in my thinking, but that's what I
No,
see.
you're not. No, no, don't you doubt that. Listen, I'm gonna be afraid of you. If you
I'm
because
just,
they're gonna be
yeah.
like, "What's sun kiss?" If you ever start making sense to you, what the opposite of what you're thinking right now, I'm gonna be gone. I'm gonna be flying in the wind saying, something is wrong with Brent. No,
No,
please,
y-
what you're thinking, your logic is spot on. I promise you,
yeah.
you're right.
Hey,
No,
Corey, how's it going?
How you
Good to
doing,
see you.
buddy?
Doing okay.
Corey
Good.
H.
Yes, ma'am.
Corey H. How's the man with the plan, with the master plan? How are you?
Oh, I'm living the dream.
You better be.
Hey, I've been living the dream so much I scream every night. But no,
As long as you're living a dream. That's the reason for
that
screaming out loud. You can scream as loud as you need to, because we all need to
oh
be
yeah.
living a dream. We need to be living a dream.
Yeah.
I'm screaming right now because I'm having to wash all my clothes. I want to wake up because I don't like having to live this dream. Well, this is a nightmare actually. So yeah. I love fashion, so I'm always buying cheap clothes, and I'm hating it. So,
All
Hmm.
right.
so
My
what's going
everyday
on?
fashion is just work clothes.
Huh?
My everyday fashion is just work clothes.
No, we have to spruce you up.
Yeah.
Not in
You
my
know,
world. Spruced
Not
up
in your
clothes
world.
just get destroyed.
you you
No, you can do other things.
Well,
you know what I
my
wish
clothes are
we
body armor.
hey hey speaking of fashion, you know what I wish we would do? I wish we'd go back to like a time where men and women would get dressed up just to go to the store. I look at like
Oh,
my
like the
grand
Victorian era or something like that.
well, not the Victorian so much, but maybe like the 40s and 50s. Because
Oh,
I look at my grandparents, and my grandfather, he would have a suit on and he had a hat, and my grandmother would be in a dress and she would have gloves and the hat.
mm-hmm,
It was like they were really into fashion then. It's almost like JFK, his wife always dressed up and had the
mm-hmm.
outfit. It was just like it was classy. It was like
Hey, Brent.
yes.
Michael Ray says Corey's a man, a logger. Mr. Ray, I do have a pair of Cody James Stingray boots.
I always fix myself up before I leave my place. Even if I have to run to the car
Mhm.
because I forgot something, I have to fix up kind of cute. Not like the whole, makeup thing, but it has to be kind of cute. So I wish we could go back to that too. I do.
Yeah. Well,
I do.
I've noticed that a lot of black women really dress up and they put it together, and I like that. I like you know I know when me and my wife go out, we get dressed up. I like doing that.
That's
You know,
nice.
I don't do it every day. When I go to work, I like Corey. We're in work clothes, but but I don't know. I just think society was more professional.
Yeah.
Now, there are other things we were messed up with with back then, but that was a good point, I
But you
guess.
know what? When people fix up, it changes their psyche. Have you noticed that when you
Yeah,
have to like have a dress code or something kind of close? Yeah, when you just people act according to the way that they carry themselves, and
yeah.
it really is true.
It gives you confidence when you're
Yeah,
dressed up and you got nice clothes. It
yeah,
kind of, yeah, it does give you some confidence. Like, hey, um,
yeah, yeah. It's
not
true.
saying that it blows up your ego, but
No,
it,
but if you carry yourself, you tend to have some measure of you have confidence and you tend to treat others according to the way that you feel. You know.
yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Even like when I used to, would go out, my sister and I would go out. We only went to higher end clubs like or lounges and all that, and the guys would carry themselves a certain way. So it was never anything that was going on that shouldn't have been going on. So I
yeah,
noticed like the clubs that were seedy or what have you, it was because they didn't have a dress code. So it people do act according to the way that they carry themselves. No, for the most part,
yeah.
Mhm.
I do. I believe that. That's when I used to go out and like kind of shake a foot.
Yeah, you know what? Back in the day when I used to go out,
Uh-huh.
um, I would go to clubs where you had to dress up, where because um you'd want to look your best. It was
Yeah.
like I remember back before I got married when I did go to the clubs, um
Hmm.
I would get paid on Friday and I would go buy new clothes and
Hmm.
uh go out, and that was what I spent my money on. Maybe my
Hmm.
priorities weren't in
Look.
the right, but I mean when you're young and dumb, that's what you think about. But
Brett, back in the day when we were kids, dressing like Miami Vice was a big thing.
oh yeah, oh my god, yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah. Now
yeah.
I remember that. I had. Oh yes. Oh my goodness, Corey. I remember the whole Miami Vice thing. I had the blazers going on too. Now and we did. The girls did it too. We had to push our blazers up to the elbow and flip our
Hmm.
collars up. Oh my goodness, that was the thing. I had a pale pink blazer with the what do you call that? The paisley plant, the black paisley print in the blazer. Oh my goodness. And we call it the baggy jeans with okay, let me come back. But anyway, I had that. But yeah, we did it too. We did it too. The women
Yeah,
we did it too.
oh yeah. But I mean, I'm all for dressing up. I know when
Mhm.
we have am I changing now because I put my camera off? No, I had to do some things, so I just
Are you
turned it
getting ready
off
for the
for a minute.
club? Are you getting ready for the club, Brent?
Yeah, yeah. I'm getting, yeah, okay. No, that's back in time. I I'm too old. I'm getting ready for bed. That
Oh, that's
yeah.
right. That's varsity. Yeah, like the clubs that we used to go to, the guys couldn't wear like jeans and tennis shoes and all that. They couldn't get nowhere
Oh,
near
that's
the door. Yeah,
that's
they
not
didn't allow.
true. We used to go to the clubs where they had the black lights and you wore the white 501s and the brand new white
Yeah.
shoes, tennis shoes, and
No, I'm
Oh, so
saying when
they
my
were
sister
sure.
and I would go out. My sister and I would go out to the nicer clubs, and this was probably like maybe 15 years ago. They wouldn't, or probably a little more than that. But they wouldn't allow the guys to come nowhere near the door. But the guys they would carry themselves better, and of course they had more money. But at any rate,
hmm.
Well, yeah, yeah. You know what? I don't know. I always thought when you went out, you just looked your best. You just dressed your best, and
mhm.
it was it was funny. We went to my wife had like a banquet at her job, right? And we went in and um, we got dressed up. My wife had a new dress. I put a suit on. Um, and we dressed up, and I always thought if I go to my wife's work or she comes to mine, we dress up just because out of respect for each other. But we went to this banquet and it was weird. It was like some people were dressed up and some were in jeans and whatever. And it was me and my wife. And there were two other couples that were younger. It was two black men and two white women, right? And they were like wearing baggy clothes um and me and my wife were dressed up, and this black lady, she came and looked at them, looked at me and my wife, looked at them, and I'm like, what are you doing? She says, she looked at me and my wife and she says, now I know why your marriages last longer, and just walked
Oh,
off. And I was like,
Oh,
and she said it loud, and she wasn't
Lord
in
have
an interracial
mercy.
relationship, and they just looked at us like, I'm like,
Mm,
uh, and,
she
and,
awkward.
and she said that, and to be fair, these were younger people, so I mean, they probably weren't thinking about dressing up. Me and my wife are, older than them, so we kind of.
Well, you
But
know,
well,
us
no, I
Gen
mean,
Xers, Gen Xers had some of the best clothes.
yeah, we did, we dressed up. I remember, we did, the Gen X generation, I think, was the best. I mean,
I have to
I'm,
say.
yeah, we came out
Maybe
of
it was
this.
biased, I don't know, but
We came from what, the 60s to the what is the Gen X? Um, the late 60s, the early 70s. Um,
yeah,
yeah, because I was born in '69, so
okay, yeah.
uh, so I
I'm
grew up
still
in this. You're 73,
hmm
yeah. So um, yeah, both me and my wife were born '69, so we're '69 models.
69 models.
Yeah, we're classics right now. It's a good year.
I think the worst part about growing up on the West Coast is it's where I live. It's always industry. And my favorite go-to suit is black slacks, white sport coat, like Bond.
Hmm. Yeah,
But you can't wear that stuff in a lot of the areas on the West Coast if you don't live near a big city because, I mean, you walk in the room and everybody looks at you as like, who are you and where are you from? You know,
mm,
Indiana mom gave us the 65 to 80. That's Gen X. That's us.
yeah.
Um,
really. Hmm.
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. My brother was 82, so he was Y generation. He missed the Gen X. Um, yeah,
Well, I'm just a
and
year after you, Brent.
yeah. So we're. Oh, you're the new 70 model.
Yep.
I was the late
You were the
69.
summer of 69 and I was the year of 70.
Yeah, the summer of '69. I was just. I remember we would go to the club. They look at our ID. Oh, 69, good year. Like, yeah. And I remember back when I was young, they're like, "You're born '60, man. You're young. You're now." People, I tell them what year, they're like, "What? That's like ancient history. That's
I
like."
know, right? Yeah.
It was like you're old.
Well, Brent, when it comes to furniture, if you're 50 years old, you're considered an antique.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Yeah.
an antique. I feel like it a lot of days, but
Figured I'd throw that out there.
Well, it's funny because when my niece used to say used to call me mommy when I had her. She would say, "Mommy," I said, "Yes, turtle." She says, when you were
Turtle.
younger, when you were way, 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 way
Anyway.
old, like because you're way, way old, and I was like, girl, if you were R. Kelly with the way, way, way past and the way, way, way past, But she was like, when you're way, 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 when you were like, cause you're way, way old, I will go.
Mhm.
You better be glad I love you. You
Yeah.
better be glad. I love you. It's so funny to hear them
right.
say, the kids say that. And because I remember saying that to other with people when I was younger. And I would go, you know what? Kids are brutally honest. You think, but kids have no idea that they're saying something. Well, it doesn't bother me, but it's just they have no idea that they're saying something that will be so offensive. But now I'm that person that's receiving, and I go, oh my goodness, that's what that feels like. But it's so cute. But at the same time, I'm going, I'm on that receiving end. I never thought I would be here. But yeah, now I'm here now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I tell you, the years fly.
Yeah.
In the Bible when it says that life is like a vapor, they ain't lying. I was like, oh, it was like it just seems like yesterday me and my wife got married, and I remember when our oldest daughter was born and we brought her home, and it was like, man, the neatest thing. And now she's 26 with her second child, and I'm just married, and I'm just like, where did time go?
I know.
Mm-hmm.
When grandkids start coming, you're like, oh man, I'm like at the second half of my life here. I'm just like, oh my God,
My daughter
flying.
turns 26 next month, and she's already got 2 kids.
Oh yeah, wow. So yeah, so your daughter's as old as mine, 26, and well, my daughter's pregnant with their second right now. So
Yeah.
April, we thought she's going to deliver early because she was having contractions. But I mean, she's huge. And it's funny because my daughter's like skinny, but her belly is humongous. It's like,
Yep.
it's cute.
Ain't nothing cuter than 2 women who are full term trying to hug each other.
Oh gosh, that would be.
That's so cute. It's so funny. I look at my great, and that's actually my great niece, my niece. I raised my great niece. I raised her mom. And it's to think what I remember holding her when she was just 2 weeks old. Well, actually, she was 2 days old. And then, we started raising her when she was 2 weeks old. And to think, I remember I would look at her and go, oh my goodness, and thought it would be forever before she grew up. And then I started raising her baby. And I thought, I never would have thought it would be, here I'm raising her baby. And you just never think that it will ever be. You think, oh, that would be far off. And now you guys have daughters and they're having their babies and all that. I know it's like an out of body experience. It's like, oh my goodness, this is insane.
Hey, hey, you remember Sunkiss? We're talking about my daughters, right? It's funny because it's like my oldest daughter took the genes of my wife, and my younger daughter took mine. It's kind of what and their hair texture is different. My youngest daughter's got like real long hair. It's curly, but it's kind of like mine in a way that. And then my oldest daughter's like my wife's hair. They both look alike, but it's like, you could tell who got the most genes on each one. But and my son-in-law, right? And they've been married for 6 years. And it's funny, it's like he loves braided hair, and I do too. I think it's a white guy thing. We just love braided hair, with black women. And so my daughter always wears her hair braided like my wife does. So but it was funny when they got married. I just looked at them and say, yeah, you ready? I said, you ready to pay some money for hairstyles? I was like, yeah, get ready. He says, you told me that. And I was like, oh, that's expensive. But get ready for the weave. Get ready for the braids. Get ready for...
Get ready. Yes.
Yeah, and you know what, though? I mean, both me and my son-in-law, we love our wives, and
that is so sweet.
My
Brent,
daughter.
can you drop the link?
Yeah,
Indiana
I can.
Mama wants to come up.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, let me put it up. But it was funny. I was messing with them, and here's the talk I give. guys, and this might seem cruel, and my daughters tell me, Dad, don't get when they're dating, don't give them the talk. Don't give them the talk. Yeah, you know what I tell them? I says, you know what? I spent 20 years in the army, and one thing I was trained on, and I'm very proficient on, that is shooting and digging a hole. So,
Preach it. Preach it.
I said, so if you do them wrong, guess what? I'm like,
You gonna come up missing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it
New
was
Mexico.
funny.
New Mexico is all desert too. They never even.
Oh
found
yeah,
that.
we got miles. You know what? We're the
Yeah.
ninth largest state, but we got
Yep.
a lot of open space. Our population ain't that big.
Square mileage.
Yeah. And I tell you, when I say I live in the desert, I live in the desert.
There you go.
Literally.
Yep.
But I love it though. Anyway, no, but you know that it's a joke. I mean, but he was a good man, and you know what? He treats my daughter well, and he's a good provider, and they're both doing well. They're doing as good as me and my wife, and they're young, so that tells
That's
you,
awesome. That's
Yeah.
yeah. So, but yeah, I was blessed, but my youngest daughter's like with her Marine boyfriend. Dad, don't tell him to talk. Well, I got to give him the talk.
Yeah.
And he was like looking at me all scared, you know. But it was
Brent,
all fun. Yes.
I actually put a brand new scope on a rifle one day. The first time I met one of my daughter's boyfriends,
Uh-huh.
and he's like, "No, you're not. Seriously."
Mhm.
I said, "I'm not waiting just because you're here. I'm putting it on."
Yeah. Right. That's a
gotta
good
make sure
message.
you got to make sure you can see well out of the scope. You just testing it out.
Yeah, and that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing. It's the thing with fathers that have daughters. Hey, you mess with my princesses. You know what? It's not going to be good.
There you go. There you go.
But anyway, hey, Indiana mom, welcome to the panel.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, good to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you very much. How are you?
Doing good. Living the dream.
Okay. I'm sending love and hugs to you and your beautiful wife and your children.
Oh, thanks.
Ugh, I can't
appreciate
get over it. But
Yeah.
I mean, I come from a very a large family.
Uh-huh.
A lot of us have dated out. Most of our children, my nieces and nephews and grandnieces, grandnephews, what have you, are biracial children.
Mhm.
And I've noticed that the biracial children that have Black moms
Mhm.
seem to be more stable and more focused on what they want to do with their lives, where they want to go in their future. And the biracial kids in my family that unfortunately have white moms are really confused. They're confused about like their identity. They listen to their moms talk crap about the fathers and Black women and so on and so forth. And so these kids are just like, wait, okay, I'm a biracial girl, and my mother is talking horribly about Black women. So how does she feel about me? You know what I mean? And I have two nieces of biracial white mothers, and they come to me. They come to me all the time, and they're like, "Auntie, what? I don't understand who I am. How can my mom hate me but love me?" And and I don't know what to tell them, because even though I have biracial children, I'm the Black mom that my kids grew up going, I'm biracial.
Yeah.
My mom is white, or my mom is Black, my dad is white. I have the best of both worlds because my parents love me, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know how to talk to my nieces that are in this predicament because I feel bad for them, but
You know
I
what?
don't it's frustrating.
You know what? I want to add to that. You know, you're so right
So then,
because um my brother-in-law, you know, um he's always dated white women and stuff, and you
Right,
know, he was married to a white woman. He has biracial kids too.
right.
And it seems that way. It seems like our kids are, you know, them being biracial never seemed to be an issue. And me and my wife taught them, you know, the best of both worlds. But
Right.
it's like my brother-in-law's kids are like different.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
like they
And
have to identify elsewhere. And hey, I'm not saying all white women, but the
just
woman
say
that
it,
no, it's
man.
not all,
hey
but it's a
No,
huge
it's not all, but
majority.
it's a
hey
lot.
hey, but the white women that my brother-in-law and
Yeah.
I love my brother-in-law. He's awesome. But the white women he was with were, you know, he didn't know how to pick women right. Let's just put it
Mm.
that way. I'll leave it
Well,
at that.
you
But
know what I noticed? What I noticed is that these these children, um, and they're mostly girls,
Mhm,
um, and they're the biracial children of my cousins and a couple of my brothers with white women. Okay.
mhm,
And my brothers and cousins being the assholes that they are,
Mm.
um, would have children with these women and then cheat on them with
mhm.
black women.
Oh,
And
whoa.
then their the white mothers are like, oh, black women this, black women that, and they're loud, they're masculine, they're they're ghetto, and on and on. Meanwhile, these little biracial girls are hearing their own mothers
Mm.
going, talking negatively about black women, but these little girls are like, well, I'm half black and I'm a girl, so do you feel, does that mean I'm one of them? You feel like that about me?
You
Can
know
you read what
that
Michael Ray wrote?
no what he said.
It's the White Princess and the Black King.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know what?
Exactly.
Here's the thing. What you've tapped into something because my brother-in-law's kids have a little
That's what
bit more
happened.
issues, and it's like the women are like, well, I don't know. They don't. How can I say this? It's like they don't go the distance when they choose each other. It's like you got two princesses coming together.
Mm.
You know what I believe? I believe number one at the top of the list, the white women that have children and marry and date black men
Mhm.
only do so because they are not eligible to marry the men that are their counterparts. The white men in their uh, community have rejected them.
I
So
heard about that before.
Yeah.
they decide to go after a black man because normally black men only go after women. They go after white women. They don't care what they look like. They don't care about their morals, their values. They only care that they're white and they're happy about that. So white women know they can come into black spaces and just suck up black men. Okay? And then they have these kids because they want the little pretty black kids with like the caramel skin and the good hair, and then they don't know how to raise them. They don't know how to give them the confidence and the love and the encouragement that they really need to make it in the outside world.
You know why that is? It's
black
because they were
moms,
never raised properly.
okay, but black moms that have biracial children, we already know how hard the outside world is. So we prepare our children. We tell them their value. We make sure that they are prepared to go into the outside world without any bullshit. Okay?
Okay.
And like black women that have biracial children, our children are doing good. They're doing good. They're in college. They're getting married. They're having families. They're starting their own businesses. They're doing their thing.
Well, I can't argue. All my kids are college educated, but
Right on.
and my brother-in-law's kids aren't. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly.
Maybe it's black women are more nurturing, more loving. I don't know. And I don't want to generalize it, but it just seems like there's more success.
But you
Well,
know, but you know what, Brent? She has a
I don't
point
think
because
I
even
don't think
Kanye
that it's
West.
because I'm
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. But even Kanye West, when he was with Kim, he had black women, black nannies raising his kids, combing
Sure
their
did.
hair.
Sure
And
did.
see, every time they get what they marry out, they always have
Yes,
black
ma'am.
women taking care, nannies taking care of their children, because
Yes, ma'am.
they want their kids to be reared a certain way. It is so I'm telling you, Indiana mom is spot. And not only that, I've seen it myself. Just around in my own space. She's hitting it spot on. And whenever it's the opposite, for the most part, I oh my goodness. I am speechless. I'm speechless.
But I
right now.
believe, I honestly believe that as black women, when we have when we date and get together with white men and have biracial children, the children get the best of both worlds. The children from their white father, they get the protection and the provision and food on the table and a house and a roof over their heads, and they get the best life. But from their black mom, they get the reality of what life is going to be like in the outside world, and they get the we talk to them. We make them understand that just because in this house you feel loved and you were cherished and you were taken care of and you were nourished and everything else that you need, when you go out into the outside world, just because you are a biracial child, some people are going to look at you in a negative light. And here's mom, black mom. I'm here to prepare you for that. I'm here to give you the tools to handle that bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, did Corey drop off?
I don't know. I actually needed
he did.
a question to white men about something too. Something that's kind of a spinoff from kind of the same subject as what Indiana mom is mentioning, because it kind of goes along with what she's saying, because I'm like, oh my goodness, she's hitting some spots dead on. But
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, I am, and it's the reason why I didn't continue to see this guy. He was a white guy, because of what? Oh goodness, you.
But I only know this. But I only know this because I met my husband in college, and we married. Excuse me, in '94, and we've been together the whole time. We have 3 kids, and he has been the best father and husband on the planet. Period. And he is a 6'5", 267-pound giant, blonde, blue-eyed, pale, non-dancing, 17 17 size shoe klutzy man, but he has built for us. He built our house. We raised our kids in our house.
Nice.
Okay. He's been there the whole time. I've never paid a bill in 30 years. And I'm not going to. I don't need to.
Mm.
He owns a trucking business that he will be passing down to our son this summer when he retires. Okay, let's not play. Black men don't do that for anybody. Period. So not only are my biracial children raised in a healthy environment, they were taken care of by both parents on both fronts. Their father made sure that they had the physical stuff they needed: food, water, shelter, so on and so forth. Mom, me, it was up to me to make sure that they understood that when they go out into the world, that they are not white kids. They're biracial. And that some people are going to see them in a negative light. And it was up to me to make sure they had the tools to handle it. Period.
Yeah. And see, that's healthy balance. That's a good healthy balance. But that's why when you go into a relationship, someone that's of another race, it needs to be because it needs to be for the right reason, not because you're being fetishized or
Yes, ma'am.
you know what I'm saying? It needs to be because
Yes, ma'am.
you're doing it because you never know if you're going to end up having a family, a boy or a girl, for whatever. You need to know why you're doing it, and it don't need because he liked me because of my skin or my hair or because or whatever. Some of the reasons that you mentioned, Indiana Mom, it needs to be
Yes, ma'am.
for what you mentioned because how your husband has treated you, so that when you do procreate, you can inculcate the right things into your daughters and or your
Yes.
sons or whatever, so that you can pass that along, down your family tree, so that it can be a healthy environment for all us involved, rather than
Absolutely.
pass that toxicity along, because now your poor I'll start crying. Your poor nieces coming to you.
Stop.
No, it's
Stop.
just breaking my heart, because now your poor nieces are
It
coming to you
does.
and they're
It breaks
saying,
my
what
heart too.
what about
It really
me?
does.
What about me? Because at the end of the day, they're going to be seen as Black women amongst the world.
Yes.
Not
Yes, they are.
biracial women. They're going to, if
Yes.
they get pulled over,
Yeah.
there's a chance they're going to be seen as a Black woman before a biracial racial woman.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
And it breaks my heart because you have to tiptoe around it. You can't say, well, your mom is this, your mom. You're not going to do that to her out of respect for her baby.
No, I can't. They're my
You won't
nieces. I
say
love
that.
them.
There is no way you're going to say that. I mean, when I was raising my niece, it could have been a lot of horrible things that I could have said about her mom, and it would have been spot on. But there is no way. She didn't even know that she had another mom.
Absolutely.
Because I had to look out for her, and I didn't want her to feel less than at school, and I had to look out for her well-being. There was no,
Yes.
no, I wasn't going to bash her mom.
Yes.
Because it's not about just how you feel about their mom. You know?
Yeah, you know what? But it ain't necessarily they'll be like considered Black. Like my daughter, my youngest is like she looks Hispanic more than black. In fact, people mistake her as Hispanic.
Wow.
In
See, there's so many
fact,
other factors involved. There's so many other
Okay.
factors involved.
yeah,
Wow.
so that ain't necessarily true. Like my youngest will be, they think she's Hispanic.
Okay.
But
Mhm.
that's because she kind of carries a lot of my genes, more of my
Right.
genes than um. And in fact, there have been boys that have actually hit on my daughter in front of my wife because my wife is really dark
Woo!
complected and my daughter's light complected. She looks suspect. They mistake her. And in fact, being in New Mexico, it kind of fits in. They'll even speak Spanish to her, and she'll like, "What are you talking about?" Because and it's funny because these Hispanic guys will have actually hit on her because they think she's one of them. It's funny.
Wow.
And even on the dance team, there's a lot of Hispanic girls that were on there, and she looked just like them. I mean, the skin tone and stuff. The only thing difference is her hair was curly. It was like a straight curly kind of.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's another story. But
Okay.
my
Well.
wife's,
Well. Well.
but
My youngest. My
uh huh,
youngest is 17, and she's a senior in high school.
uh huh,
And one of her cousins, who is biracial, also, with a white mom, actually goes to the same high school, and they're
hmm,
cousins. And everybody knows them as cousins because they claim
yeah,
each other. I mean, they're really, really close. They're like besties. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And and my niece spends a lot of time, like on the weekends, hanging out at my house.
uh huh,
When my daughter um started doing cheerleading, my niece jumped in and had my daughter help her get on the team. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I mean the two of them together, they're like sisters. They're
yeah,
they have such an incredible bond. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
and I have a bond with my niece also. I mean, she's my heart.
hmm,
That's my baby, you know?
yeah,
But when they're at school, um even though my daughter is actually a little bit darker complected than my
mhm,
niece, the boys the boys are complete assholes to my niece while they're
mm,
really, really cool with my daughter. And I think that's because my daughter walks in the room. She walks in the cafeteria going, I am the queen.
Yes,
I
that's it.
am the shit.
That's what I was
Don't
thinking.
don't mess with me. And my niece walks in the cafeteria going, please be my friend.
Yep,
Please like me.
that's what I
mm,
was
You know,
thinking.
and that's the difference between my daughter having me as a mother and my niece having my ex-sister-in-law as a mother.
mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was thinking that, and in Indiana, mom, with you knowing about the black community with colorism and things of that nature, um,
Yes, ma'am.
it all depends on. So, and I have told so many young girls this. I've told even with my great niece, um, I even and with my sister and all that, I always said, even with me being darker skinned,
Yeah.
it was with me walking into a room. Thanks to I had two uncles that helped me to appreciate my dark skin
Right.
again as a young girl. And I remember, I had told Brent this before too. Even though it was meant to be snatched away from me and torn out of me,
Right.
but with them telling me, not knowing that it would help me later on in life, but with I inculcated that in my sister, and and I would as she hit adulthood or closer adulthood and adulthood, I told her some way she would handle certain things, whatever. And I said, I'm so proud of the way you handle this, and the other. And she said, well, I'm the woman I am because of you. We were on the
Oh
interstate.
wow.
And I
Oh
thought,
wow.
wow, I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
Although, it's not the same anymore because she was influenced, by some
Yeah.
insecure relatives. But the thing is, she did give me that accolade. And then with my great niece, she is really, really tall for her age. And I will always say, look at those long, long legs. I would tell her those are for a model.
Hey.
And this
Yes.
anything that was meant to go against her. I will always hone in on that and tell her how beautiful they were and all that. Although
Yes.
the one that aimed towards me to knock me down as a child, I took that and I said that won't happen to the ones that are under me.
Yeah.
I would take that and tell them the opposite for themselves. And so you're right. And my great niece, when she we were at Publix one day, and we bumped into one of her school teachers, and she says, she walks into the room with that head up, and she's so confident, and I said, oh, really? She said, yes, she always,
Yes,
and I said,
ma'am.
and she said, yeah, and then she was known for being the best dressed kid in school. Her principal and school teachers and vice principals will say that because of me loving fashion. Although I could take $1 and make it look like 10. But the thing is this, I said, now, I said, she is humble. She's not haughty. She is humble. She said, oh no, she makes sure that she, and I told her how to treat the other children or whatever, especially those were less than. And she said, she said, oh no, she's very, very humble. She plays with the other kids. She shares. She's this. She said, but she's always said thank you. She said, but she walks with that held up high, and she towered over all the kids. And I say this, when you talked about your nieces as opposed to your daughter, her height should have been something that should have made her feel as if she was less than. But anything that and although she's a pretty girl, my niece is a very pretty girl, and people will always tell her that. But whatever I thought could be used against her, I made sure that I gave her extra compliments, and I brought it to her attention to make sure. And every time she got up out the bed, and whenever we would both say, whenever I thought we both looked like monsters, and I would say, when we got out the bed, I would say, how do you look? And one day she said to me, I walked out the room and I almost hit the floor. I laughed so hard. I didn't let her hear me. I said, how do you look? And she looked at me like I was crazy, as if I had 3 heads. She said, I'm beautiful. Like, are you kidding me? And I said, you know what? You are right. And I walked out the room really fast to hold my laugh in. But the thing is, that's the reason why. And although I know your daughter is beautiful, but I'm so glad you put that in her. You made sure she knows that. And my niece, I always made sure, and I reminded her, and I would point to her in certain areas of her body and her personality and everything about her. And I made sure that she always carried that hypergamy in her sleep when she was eating.
Well, I want to share something that I learned about my son.
What's that?
When he was in preschool.
Mm-hmm.
He was 3 years old. He'll be 24 in April. Okay, so he's a grown man. But when he was 3 years old and in preschool, I learned something about him. I picked him up from preschool one day, and one of the teachers took me aside and said, you know, CJ is learning sign language. And I was like, oh, do you guys have a sign language class in preschool? And she's like, no, we're not. No, it's not a class. She said, there's a little boy, and his name is David. He's a little white kid. His name is David. Nobody wants to play with him. Everybody shuns him. And she's like, your son was like, okay, you could be my friend. And they were building Legos, and they were doing finger painting together. And she said, little by little, your son has been learning sign language from this deaf child. And the only reason all the other kids have been shunning him is because he's deaf and all he knows is sign language. And
nice.
your kid is the only one that is like, okay, I'll be your friend. And
Oh,
and like little things like block. He was teaching him the sign for block, and he was teaching him the sign for friend, and he was teaching him the sign for water. And but my son at 3 years old, 4 years old, I can't even remember how old he was, but he was in preschool. He was just a little dude, and he was learning sign language from his friend David.
oh,
And
nice.
my son was coming home, and all he talked about was David said, David wants, David said, and that was his best friend. Okay.
Yes.
And
Okay.
eventually through the school,
Okay.
I got in contact with his mom, and she's like, you know what?
Okay.
It was David's birthday, and she sent out like 20, 30 invitations to his birthday party, and the only kid that showed up to his birthday party was my son.
Don't. You make me cry. I can't do
Okay.
this.
My
hey,
son was
hey.
the only one that showed up for his birthday party.
Oh, nice. Okay. Hey, that's awesome. Hey, I want to welcome Moonflower. We had another young lady that popped off. Hey, Believe. Hey, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Moonflower. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay.
You can see her name.
Did you have something you want to say?
Yes. So,
Okay.
hi,
Go
my
ahead.
name is Moonflower. I do basically content about Black women dating out and exploring their options. And I just so happened to come across one of your videos, and we we use your videos as examples of Black women being wanted and desired and loved. We went
Oh,
over the
nice.
video with you and your wife talking.
Mhm.
And we've gone over another video with you talking to a man. I think his name was Brian, and we went over that as
Yes.
well. So I just want to say thank you so much for your content, because your videos are something that Black women need to have, because we very rarely get complimented within our own community, and a lot of Black women kind of look at themselves and their Blackness in distaste, and they feel undesirable because that's what they've been told all their lives. And your content really shows the difference of appreciation when you choose to explore your options.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Yeah. When I opened my options, I opened up paradise. I just um and I've always found black women to be beautiful and stuff. And I guess my eyes were just opened, and I seen the true blessings. And when I say, and people get me confused when I say that I had fantasies of black women, it wasn't like in a bad way. It was like a fantasy of family, being married, having children together. And I'm just telling my story, but I appreciate you, for saying that. I'm real humbled to hear that. I appreciate that. And
Thank you so much. And that's all I wanted to say. It's very nice to meet you. And
yeah,
thank you.
nice to meet you too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All
That
right.
that
Bye bye.
that's awesome. Thank you, Moonflower.
Good night.
All right. And I want to welcome Ther Okay. Therilis one. Did I say that? How do you say that? Oh,
The real ISIS one.
Therilisis. Okay, I'm getting tongue tied. Well, anyway, well, welcome to the panel. Good to see you
Thank
tonight.
you. Thank you. I just wanted to weigh in on what has been said about interracial relationships when it's Black man with white woman versus Black woman with white man. I really, what was said so far has really resonated with me and made me think back to the experiences that my cousins had. Being raised by a white mother and a white mother who had her issues with the father of her children, and therefore she spoke very negatively about him, about his race. And so my cousins are sitting there going, okay, well, if you're saying these things about Black people and I'm half Black, what does that make me? So I grew up seeing a lot of hurt and pain from them. And just them, my uncle was in their life and certainly took care of them financially. But there was just pain and confusion as far as who they are and not feeling fully accepted by their mother. And when it comes to raising children, stability is a really big part of that. And we know that Black men have a very high divorce rate. And so I think that plays a large part in things too, because it's hard enough for two people of the same race to raise children, and raise children who understand who they are and have a good sense of that in the world. But it's even more difficult when they're coming from two different backgrounds and the person, the mother or the father is no longer there and is no longer living in the home, and they're trying to navigate who they are and understand who they are. So based off, the things that I've seen, I very much agree with the things that were said. I have two brothers and they date exclusively white women. Well, I have one brother who just married his white wife. And I have another brother who dates all white women and has had many, and has several children. And neither one of those homes are what I would classify as being stable, or being couple goals. Now, that's kind of anecdotal. Like, I don't have data on how these relationships work out. I do have data on, the Black man's divorce rate, but just the things that I've seen, I don't see a lot of stability in those relationships, and healthy children being a product of those relationships. Now, of course, there are children that come out of that and are healthy, right? Just like there are children that can be raised in any
Yes.
home and still, miraculously come out, healthy and well and educated. But it seems to happen more often that I've observed with Black women and white men.
Yeah. It seems like it's more successful with Black women, white men, and that dynamic. And I'm speaking from my family situation with me and my wife and my brother-in-law and his wife. Um, and I thought about this. I'm like, well, maybe it just what happens, but I think there's more structure. I I think Black women, and I'm gonna be honest, and this is my opinion. I think Black women are the best choice when it comes to marriage, when it comes to wives and moms. I do believe this, and I think Black women have a way of nurturing and it where they teach the kids their self-worth even in a hard time. I can't explain it, but I'm seeing it. Does that make sense? I mean, my wife has raised my daughters to be the most professional, most beautiful, and traditional women. I mean, I'm serious. And I had an influence too, but black women have there's something special about them, and it when it comes to marriage and family. And I say this, and I'm not just saying it because I'm in an interracial marriage, but black women are the best wives and best moms. I do believe that. And I think the truth is starting to surface. We're not going to hear it in society, but when it comes to biracial kids, opposed to our counterparts, it seems like our kids are more successful. They identify with um, being biracial kids and embracing it more than the other way around. And I don't want to generalize and say, yeah, we're better than them. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying something's going on here because the success rate is better with marriage, longevity, and it's better with the children. And black women have a big part in this. And it's not just me giving them praise. I'm seeing it, but
Yeah.
what you ladies are saying is true, and I just it runs through my mind, and I'm saying why. Um, I think I know why, but if I say it, um, it might be perceived as I'm attacking the other side, and I'm not. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that even of the relationships I've seen where the black man is still in the home, um, they don't they don't put the same emphasis on making sure that the children understand who they are. Like,
Yeah,
for instance, my brother, when he was dating his wife, we were at a private family get together, and I asked them what their thoughts were on, race and what their experience had been, because I'm in Texas. So I won't say that it's real Southern, and I mean there's definitely a lot of interracial couples here, but I was
yeah,
just curious to know what their experience was, and they were completely uncomfortable with that question. They don't want to talk about race at all.
hmm,
Whereas my other brother, who we have the stability issue, so is he even going to be there long enough to discuss those issues? But
yeah,
but I'm just seeing that even when they're in the home, there's not the same emphasis. And if all children are going to struggle with some form of identity issues, that's, adolescence. But but if they don't know who they are, how can they possibly be successful?
yeah. True, and it seems maybe we go in depth more. Because with me and my wife, with our biracial kids, we got 3 biracial kids, and me and my wife were, we never wanted our kids to feel like they have to identify with black or white, that they would just embrace who they are and not favor one part of their family over the other. We never wanted them to be like that. Like they embrace one and, have ill feelings for the other. We always wanted them to embrace both sides of the family. And that was our goal. And we always told them, yeah, you're black and you're white, and that's a blessing. That is a beautiful thing. Now and you're no less than any other group of people. You're no better either, but embrace who you are, love who you are, because you are special. And we never want them to pick one side or the other. And maybe our counterparts, it's a little different. I don't know, or maybe they don't dig deep into that, because here's the thing: they got black and white family members, and if they can embrace both and love both, I think it's total success.
Yeah,
And
and that's what I was saying. Like, I don't
yeah,
think they even discuss those topics with
yeah,
children. From what I've observed, I haven't seen them, speaking with their children about you're white and black. It's just like they don't want to even bring
they
up
don't
the
want
topic.
they don't want to touch it, but you have to touch it. You have to talk to them because they're biracial kids, and you know what? If you let them know that they're as good as everybody else, and they're in a different group, but they're special, and I think they can get through life like any other kid, whether any other children, whether they're black or white or Asian, they just know who they are and they just function. Um, and I and people ask me, they say, "How do you deal with biracial children? What about their identity? What about?" You know what? I haven't seen no issues with my kids. I haven't with all three of them. They they've never came to me and say, "Dad, I don't know how to identify." No, it's just like they know we already explained who they are, and I think they've just in the family setting, and I think black women have a lot to do with this. They just felt comfortable who they are, and they just lived their life. Um, where the our counterparts, either they're forcing them to identify with something, one or the other, or they're just not even addressing the issue. I don't know, but there is a difference. There really is. And what you ladies are speaking is truth. And I experience it with my family, with my wife and my brother-in-law, because we're both have biracial kids. And I love my brother-in-law. He's a good man. He really is. He just never picked, you know, he loved the Beckys, but he never picked a good Becky. Let's put it that way. Just anyway. Um, but you know,
Hey, but I wanted to ask you, a question when it comes to them whenever they, like when a black man is with a white woman and they do have some measure of longevity, why
uh-huh.
is that a lot of things aren't discussed? Because I don't understand. I've heard this before.
I
Is
don't
that the way of making it work, by just kind of burying their heads in the sand to keep her comfortable or her side of the family? Because most black men are not, they're okay with discussing the race issue because that's just what black people do.
yeah.
So is that his way of keeping the relationship? If he wants to have, I
I
guess, a quote unquote successful marriage, is by not discussing it for her, because it tends to be uncomfortable with in the white community, the race issue.
you know what I think? I got a theory on that, and tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think it is with, maybe it's a pride issue when it comes to black men, and maybe I'm wrong. Um, but I think there's more pride in that maybe the black men want them to identify with black. When it comes to white men, we don't care. I never cared if my kids said they're black or white. I never got caught up in that stuff. Um, we tell them the truth, what they are. They're both, but um, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're kind of pushing them to be a certain way, and
Because some black men say that they do find themselves watering down their black side in order to be accepted. That's what I'm saying. Is that it? In order to
maybe it's that. I don't know.
I mean, because I'm wondering, because it does affect the kids. Clearly, it affects the kids because,
yeah.
From what Indiana Mom mentioned, and then I'm so sorry I couldn't pronounce her name. I was getting tongue twisted myself, but what this young lady here was saying, you know, and clearly it's still, I can still almost hear cry in her voice that it's still, it's traumatizing. And I even grew up with biracial friends, and they were saying that in that sense, they wish that their mom was Black, because even the celebrity Claudia Jordan was even saying that she wished that her
Yeah.
mom was Black, because it was so much that her mom couldn't relate to, because, you know, so much she had to endure when it came to, you know, being around other Black kids, or then, you know, not being Black enough, not being white. I mean, I don't know what color her mom was, but, you know, the whole interracial thing. You know, it was just so much she had to endure, and it was just so much she couldn't relate to, and it's just so much, you know. And then the whole bashing the Black side versus all that. It's a lot. It's a lot that they and I have several biracial friends. You know, the whole light skin, dark skin thing never bothered me. You know, that stuff didn't bother me. But it's hard for them. And even when they become adults, it's traumatizing for them. A lot of them are traumatized by that. And then by the Black father not, you know, being there to speak on those issues, or to help them speak on it, or help the white mom not doing versus the Black mom understanding, like you were saying with Sandy, and a lot of the Black moms being able to help them to have their worth as biracial kids and all that, and teaching them what they need to know. It's a drastic difference. So I'm like, well, why is that drastic difference there? Because the Black dad, I heard a lot of Black men, even on social media, saying that they deliberately watered that down, or they'll keep quiet. Is it for her? Is it for the white woman? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
is it to keep that longevity there, if they're there for the long run, if he's there, because you said your brother-in-law, what he chooses to pick, because he's a good guy, because he's a good guy, to try to keep a long run, is what I'm saying. Is that why he keeps his mouth closed?
I don't know. I mean, he was a good guy, but I think he was just a bad choice in character. I mean, the women he was with took advantage of him. And my wife, um, before she met me, she said, "You know what? I'm not going to get with a white guy, because the women that my brother's with is, you know, they're doing them wrong. They're not doing what they should." And she thought white men were like white women. And you know, and she even told me this. She says, "You know what? I was scared of white men because of the women my brother brought home. He had a bad choice, and the women he brought home, they took advantage of him. They were just there was issues, there was problems. Um, you know, you know, I just, you know, I don't know. I try to dig into this. But there is something going on. There's more success in a certain group than the other. And it goes along with choices. Maybe one's addressing the issue and the other's not. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe it's how they um I think it's one group tries to bring both of us together and tell the kids, you know, love both sides of what you have, because that's a part of you. You got two families, but these two families came together and created you. If you really think about it, you know, you share the DNA from both these families, and
Yeah.
you know, I think they're looking at that and say embrace both. Don't
Ex-
favor one over the other, but
excuse
love
me
who
for
you are. I'm sorry.
excuse me
Go
for
ahead.
interrupting,
Yeah.
but I think honestly, this has been coming for a long, long time, for many, many generations.
Uh huh.
Um, um, white men have been the ones to stand up and take care of their families and take care of their women and protect and provide and so on and so forth, and to build and to grow and so forth. Okay. And at the same time, black men have really done nothing. And when it comes right down to it, after so many generations, finally young black women, and some of us divested from years ago, but we're starting to see that um we can't have the white man's life if we're married to or in a relationship with a black man. It's just not going to happen. Okay. And we've gotten to a point where we're like, you know what? The only way is divestment, and the only way is to date out, marry out, whatever you want to call it, because in the end, um, we're at a crossroads, and I see this a lot with Generation Z, our kids. You know what I'm saying? We're Gen X, okay?
We are.
Yes, and a lot of Gen X started dating out, but it really wasn't put out there. You know, we were kind of in the shadows, so it wasn't out there. But Gen Z, our kids, oh, they're putting it out there, and they're like, no, we're not going to do this. Yeah, this is going to change. You know, so even though we've been part of this divestment thing for a long time, we're starting to see a huge shift, but it's not us, it's our kids. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And our kids are like, you know what? We're not gonna go along with like the mammy thing of, oh, we need to be with people that look like us. Our kids are like, no, we need to be with people that make us happy, that make us feel good about ourselves. We need to be with people that are going to protect and provide for us, especially the women. Young black women, they are divesting in droves. And I'm loving every minute of it. Every minute of it.
Yeah. Well, it's shifting from the race loyal thing to
It sure is.
economics to what's the best choice.
Yes, sir.
I'm not saying one man's better than the other. No, but they're looking at it economically. That's where we're shifting. Like I said, we started back in the '60s with, the civil rights, and we integrated. Well, we're integrating now,
Right.
and we're going deep with it.
Well, you know what? Honestly, in the '60s with the integration and the civil rights movement, it wasn't, dude, the civil rights movement was all about black men wanting to get access to white women. Period.
Well,
they didn't care about us.
Well, they got it. They got Becky.
because once it happened, black women being single mothers skyrocketed. That just says that we were like just fuck buddies, okay? And then when we had kids, we were left on our own to be single moms. In the 70s and 80s, it was horrible. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. So my mom personally made sure that me and my older sister were not constrained to that. She was like, no, no, no. Don't just go for that guy because he's a black guy. Go for the
Yeah.
guy that makes you laugh. Go for the guy that makes you smile and makes you giggle and gives you tingles. Go for him. Go for the guy that makes you feel good about yourself. And for me and my sister, it happened to be white guys. Surprise! Surprise!
Yeah. Yep. Um. Yeah, Indiana mom, don't cuss, please. Family
Sorry.
show.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just
Let's
want
let's hear from Thera. Gosh, I'm sorry.
to. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Sorry, young
I just
lady.
It's okay. I just wanted to add something to the conversation, that I'll hop off, and it's about the question that the Mr. asked. I'm sorry, I don't see any names, but from what I've observed, the reason why it's not brought up in households where it's black man, white woman is because the black man definitely doesn't want to have those conversations, obviously, because he feels like his partner wouldn't be comfortable with those conversations. And I think this channel is a perfect example of the fact that white men are more willing to have constructive conversations regarding race. So that's just been what I've observed. If they're not bringing it up because they know that their partner is not receptive to that. And I think that says a lot about the type of relationships that they're in. Because me personally, I'm not going to date someone if I can't, if we can't come to an understanding and if we
Yeah.
can't discuss the hard issues, let alone create a baby with someone, if I'm
Yeah.
not comfortable or feel able to discuss those issues. And I think another part of it is the white woman's jealousy / hatred towards black women, where they very much feel threatened by us, even if we're not around and we don't want anything to do with the person that they're with. And I've experienced that in different places where they're very much on the attack and saying, you know, don't look at my man, or, you know, just that defensive demeanor in regards
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
And so I think that may be another reason where if they're bringing up if they're bringing up black people, then they're thinking, okay, they want this culture. So they almost have to pretend like I'm not interested in this culture. I'm with you and I'm on what you're on. I'm not really interested in this culture, because if they're interested in the culture, then that makes them worry. And a lot of these men do end up cheating with black women, as nonsensical as that is.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. So I
Yeah.
think that there's, a nervousness regarding, being too much into the black culture.
You know what I'm seeing, and maybe I'm seeing it wrong. Um, it does appear that white women are kind of jealous of black women. Um, just from what I seen on social media and certain things I've seen in life, like they kind of try to replicate black women. Maybe they want to actually be black women. Um, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Um, it's like they appropriate the culture from what I've seen. Like they want to be. I don't know. It's kind of strange. Um, it's like they're trying to be that black woman for that black man that that they want to be with.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah, it appears that way, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm
No,
just
you're not. You're not. Hashtag Kardashians. They're not. You're not.
Well, yeah, the Kardashians. Just
That's a small snippet. That's just on TV because no, that you look at YouTube and you. This is before YouTube and all that stuff got really big. If honestly, I could say and this is my own observation, I could say, "Oh my goodness, girl, look at you with that black girl's body," and they get so excited. Now, I'll mean that, but I have actually had white women to grab me and hug me. I kid you not. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but I promise you. Until what I thought, oh my goodness, could I get paid for this? I mean, it's that big of a deal to them. And now
you probably could.
It used to be, I thought our big butts, bubble butts, that they would say it in a derogatory way, or our big lips, or all these things that they're going to pan to get done. I thought it was something that they frowned upon. Now, we realize that actually it was out of jealousy. And then I told you, I don't know if I told you, but I've told some other people that I had moved in with someone when I was going to school. Well, this is before I had stopped going to school for a little bit, and I did not. I was in such a bad place, and I did not want to go to move in with this person. And she kept saying, "Oh no," because she was a baby boomer, and no, please, no. And I stayed with them for a month, and that was the worst month, one of the most worst. Oh my goodness, it was horrible. And all because her husband was nice to me, but I wasn't really around them. But the thing is, I realized then how bad we were hated. And it's okay if we come off as being a mammy. When I say mammy, it was like the mammy, with the ancient mommy look, the overweight black woman that walked around and was ready to wait on a white woman, that wore the rags and all that. That type of black woman, or the insecure black woman and all that. But if the ratchet black woman, that's fine because we're living up to that stereotype. But if we carry ourselves of a certain demeanor, then that if we're outside of that stereotype, that's not a good thing. Even I told you once before, when I was in my sewing class over a year ago, I had to actually stop going to that sewing class because of the way that I carried myself. And it was the sewing class was a bit boring, and it was only a few. And then all of a sudden it like doubled and it tripled. And then the white men were coming in there that were that were cleaning, or that were, fixing the building and what have you. And the white women got together and conspired, and, and they gave me such a hard time. I literally had to quit. And I was in there laughing and talking to everybody. The white men were coming in there, and they wanted to help, try to figure out how could they learn how to make 1 or 2 stitches on the sewing machine. And they would say, "Oh, you inspire happiness," and da 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 da. And the class grew, and I kid you not. Now these were, supposed to be classy white women. Yeah. But then you had a couple of black women that come in that I carry myself just like these women. I, supposedly like these women, and they gave me such a hard time because I nurture my peace. But now here it is, sometime later, and I picked this class back up because it's in another building, and they've got these women are fired. I didn't even know this. That's the reason why I ended up going back. Kind of find they've gotten fired, and some of them, one almost died. But I reached out to her to check on her health because I wanted to make sure she was okay. And of course, she felt bad and all that. That's okay. I just want to make sure you're okay. And the thing is, then I learned all of them were gone because, like I said, you just stand still and let Almighty God take care of it. But the thing is, these were women that's supposed to be high caliber women, and all of them were jealous because of the way that I carried myself. I didn't live up to that stereotype, and they were very vicious women. And so, yes, they're very jealous. And whenever those men would speak to me, hi, how are you? Give me a hug. And they will all come out of their cubicles or come out from other, and it was like they were like bees or wasps, and just stand there and look. With me being the way that I am, I would turn around and stare all them back and cock my head to the side. Like, what? And they would go, oh, hey, how are you? I was doing better before, I was better before y'all came out, you know. And so, but my thing is this: they were envious of me, just me alone. And so, yes, they're very vicious. And the woman that I stay with that and begged me to stay there, but because her husband respected me, and he will always say, it's nice the way you carry yourself. You're very intelligent. You're very this. And he got to where he had to go mute and stay to himself, and stay away from me. Now, prior to, she told me that some other people stayed with them, and that is why I somewhat felt comfortable living with them. And he would say, yeah, some other people stay with us, da 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 da. And yes, we did this with them, and they did nothing like that with me. And so that's how I knew. I said, okay, she's jealous. And yes, they're very, very, very jealous. And these are older women, middle-aged women, and some are very young women. So they're very jealous of us. Yes, they are.
You know what's funny? I've seen white women jealous of black women. I have, and what was funny is my mother-in-law. She's 87, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I love talking to her. My mother-in-law is so awesome. I love her so much. She's like the mom I never had, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I talk to her, and it's like, it's like history books, wide open, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she told me one time, she says, you know what? Growing up, I always felt sorry for white women. I just, my heart would break for these white women. I'm like, what are you talking? I was like confused. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
She told me, she says, where she lived, and she lived in Texas, around Austin, but she said back in the day that these white men, they had white wives, but they had uh mistresses that were black women, and they would spend more time with the black women than their own wives. And back in that day, she said these women just had to live with it. They just and she said she felt so sorry for them because their husbands um were more into these black women than their own wives. Um and I've heard a little bit about stuff like this happening, but it was like she confirmed it, and it was like, I'm just like, wow. And people say that white men aren't interested in black women. That is such a big, crazy lie. Maybe they're not in the open about it. I'm kind of a weirdo. I'll tell you I love black women, and I just say it with pride and love, and I'm all about that. But most white men ain't like me. They they think like me, but they keep it to themselves. Um, but that was interesting. And if you study history, that stuff did take place. Um, Black women were always there were always white men attracted to black women. And don't kid yourself, and they still are today. A lot of us would prefer to be with black women, and it's not just their looks, it's just how they are. It's just something there is special,
Mm-hmm.
and it's always been true. And she kind of confirmed it. It was just interesting. Um, but I've heard this happening in other places too. Um, but you know what? People would say, "Oh yeah, whatever." No, that I can believe that. I believe that. Um,
Yeah.
but anyway, I don't want to drift off into something else. But that's facts. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And and things are going shift here. Give it, a few more years in the interracial marriages with black women and white men are going to increase even more.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, and I say that with confidence because I don't see it trending any other way. I don't.
And two, speaking of the interracial, the biracial babies and white women, it was I don't know if I mentioned this before, but it was a girl, a young lady that got on she was a young woman. She got on the internet, and some may even be familiar with this, but she said, I just want to mention this. She said, I don't have a dog in this fight. She said, because I am a lesbian white woman.
Yeah.
And she said, but I just wanted to put it out there that there are a lot of white women. Well, there are white women that speak on why they have biracial kids. She said they have biracial kids. A lot of them say they have a lot of biracial kids so that they can have a reason to give black women a hard time and be able to have basically a weapon to use against them. So that whenever a black woman say that they're being racist, they can say, I have black children. Now they could, it's on the internet. This could be backed up. And so she was very succinct. She just said that little bit and said, okay, so basically she was just like, I'm a swipe left. In so many words, that's what she was saying. Said it, getting off. That's why they do it. And so when this one white lady gave me a hard time at a store, every time I would come in, go in the store, she would look me up and down. And one time I had quite a bit of things for my, I will always spend $400-$500 every time I go in there for my arts and crafts. And so this particular time, she, we closed. This is back. She said because of we closing at 6 because of the Black Lives Matter march and because of the danger. Well, this has been from back then. I just learned about a good week ago that wasn't true, because the old manager that worked at this store, she said that wasn't true. We never closed, because I bumped into the old manager at the other location, and that she said that's not true. And she's coming to find out, well, this lady, she was white. That's when she hollered. She gave me my account. And she said she tried to do the ebonics and all that. She said, I said, what it is, you have a problem because of the fact that I'm black, da da da. She said, my daughter is black. I said, no, she's biracial. She's half of you. When I said that, she could never use it. She never brought it up again. She never mentioned that to me again. She couldn't use the whole, my daughter is black. And so I caught that because I remember hearing that on TV, that's what they use. And so when I caught that, when she said that, I the first thing I used was that. And I stopped her in that. And she never could use that again. So here it is sometime later. And she lied about the time frame and the Black Lives Matter. And then two, she got fired. So again, standing still, letting God fight your battles. But the thing is, they use that as a weapon as well, so that they can deliberately give black women a hard time and use the biracial kids as a weapon. Look it up on the internet. My words, not my words, but the lady on the internet. Those are her words. So yeah.
Oh wow! So they're using biracial kids to
as a weapon. So that's another thing to
go in on black women with, so they can't say they're racist because they got biracial kids.
Yes. And I promise you, and I beg the chat to look it up, to Google it. It's on the internet.
I'm gonna look it up, but I guess that would be saying that you're married with a woman. That don't mean you're gay, but you can be. You could have biracial kids and be racist.
Yeah,
you can.
I see what
that don't mean
I'm not gay because I'm married with children, and they call that these days a beard. That they use that as a beard. So I guess you can use your biracial kids as a beard. Or
you could. You could have biracial kids and be racist. Sure can.
Yeah.
I'm just
you know what? I've heard that before.
Yeah, it don't make sense, but actually, you could do it. I mean, you can actually. I believe you could desire someone and actually hate their racial group You can be attracted to someone that's black and not like black people. You can. It's very it is possible. Sure.
Yeah, you like that individual. You can love that individual, but that don't mean that you love where they come from, their family, their community. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, most definitely. Yes. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's so true. I mean, like I said, my favorite niece, she is 2 years older than my son, and she comes to me and she's so upset. She's hurting. Her her mother is a white woman, and simply because my brother doesn't want to be with her anymore, suddenly all black women are B's and H's, and we're all like aggressive and mean and ugly and masculine and on and on. And she spouts this on the phone with her friends about how much she hates black women because my brother left her for a black woman. And my niece, who is 11 years old, is sitting in the room and hearing this and
Hey,
going and looking at herself and going, wait,
hey,
I'm
Indiana
a black
mom.
girl.
Hey, Indiana mom. Let me stop real quick. Let me say
Yeah,
good night to Believe. Believe, have a good night. Sorry, we're up so late. Go ahead. Sorry. I just want to do
but
a shout out.
yes, I understand. But my niece is 11 years old, and she's in the same room listening to her white mother talk down about black women, and she's looking, and she told me in a phone call, my niece told me, she's like, I looked at my hands, and she's like, my hands are black, my face is black. She's like, so if my mom hates black women, does she hate me too?
Mm.
And I was like, oh my God, baby girl, I'm so sorry. I don't know. What am I going to tell her? I can't, I'm not her
Yeah.
mother. I can't be her mom.
You know what? That's deep. That's you know what? And children look at things logically, what they see, and if her mom feels that way, and she's towards black people, and she's black, I mean, wow.
And I
That
mean,
that's
I could technically say, oh, she means other black women, not you. But my niece flat out said, I looked at my hands
Wow.
and I looked at my face and I see black. So does she hate me the same way? What am I can't change that. I can't fix that.
hmm yeah, that's
But you know what?
wow.
And her mom. Here's the thing. I can only go speak on what my egg donor did for me. Said she would say certain things to me indirectly, and in her mom. I don't know about her mom, but I know my egg donor would say things that indirectly, things of that nature with that purpose on purpose.
Right.
Because she really did hate certain aspects, certain things, and she would say certain things on purpose because she was that angry.
Yes.
So with that being said, a lot of times certain things are said and done intentionally, but it's done in an indirect way. And a lot of times those daggers are shot at you because they're angry at that dad. And so that's
But you
their
know
way
what?
of getting
The
even
bad
with that
thing,
dad too. What's
but
that?
the bad
Mhm.
thing is that um she was with one of my brothers off and on for like 15 plus years. Okay? Off and
Mhm.
on, off and on, off and on. Okay? And when they were together, all was good. All was beautiful. And
Yeah.
when they weren't together, he every time they split up, he moved on to a black woman. Every time they broke up, my brother went to a black woman. I don't know why, but that's what happened. Okay. So this white woman, which I can't really be angry with her, because in her life, in her head, every time the man that she loved left her, he left her for a black woman. So I can kind of understand why she does not like black women. I get it. I get it. But what
But
she's forgetting is that her daughter is biracial. Her daughter
yes,
is half black. Her daughter, like at home, she may be able to be herself, but when her daughter goes out in public, that little girl is automatically black in public and in society. And she needs the tools to be able to deal with that. And her mother is not giving her those tools and giving her those tips to be able to deal with being a black woman in public. Even though she's biracial, in public, she's black.
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. And that's where this little girl is confused, because she's sitting at home listening to her white mother talk smack about other black women, and she's looking at her hands and her face in the mirror and going, does my mom hate me too?
But see, that's where when we become adults, that's why therapy is so huge, because if you
Yes,
cannot
ma'am.
handle here's the thing, regardless of who and what he left her for, it doesn't matter. Do the work on you, because whether he left her for whatever race of woman,
Yes,
it doesn't
ma'am.
matter. She needs to fix her. But see, now
Yes, ma'am.
she's feeling that residue, that poison onto her daughter. So now
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a problem. I really have a big problem. Okay, you can hate me all day long. You can see me at Kroger or Publix, and you're mad at me because of I may look like the woman that you. Okay, you don't know me, because at the end of the day we're going home. Because you come at me
Yeah.
wrong, you're going to the hospital. I'm back. I left. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But the thing is this, you come at me wrong, I can handle myself. But at the end of the day, you're going back home to your daughter and you're breaking her a little bit more. So now
Yes.
you're violating. You're violating. So you're spilling this onto her, and you're breaking her some more and some more and some more. So the thing is, if you can't deal 15 years of this, and your niece is 11. See,
Yeah.
you were already broken prior to her coming. So clearly he's been leaving you prior to you having her. So
Oh, girl, I could have told you. My brother is a dog. My brother is a dog.
Whose fault is that? So I don't even look at your brother as
It's
something
not the
something
baby's
wrong
fault.
with him. So he's a dog. Okay, so then what does that make her? Because my thing is this. Clearly,
It makes her stupid. It makes her stupid.
Yes. Well, that thing is that she was never his treat. She was never his treat. So my thing is this. What is wrong with you? I don't look at him right now as bad as being crazy anymore. I look at you. Something is wrong with you. Then now you turn around, keep taking it back, and then you have his offspring and keep taking it back, and then now you're pouring his poison that was poured into you. Now you're pouring it into his offspring. Now that you've had her 11 years that you've been pouring your poison into her over and over. Now look what we have now. So now she's about to turn around, and she's filed, no doubt, is going to take that brokenness and she's going to take it to whoever's community, and then she's probably going to take this and pour it on her child, not knowing, she may not even know that she's going to pick her dad because of you.
Yeah.
And I don't even think my ex-sister-in-law even realizes what she's doing to her daughter.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting intense in the conversation.
Oh,
I
so
want to.
sorry.
I want to I want to welcome interesting to the panel.
Interesting. Hi,
Good to
Francis.
see
Hello.
you
Hi, David.
tonight.
Hi, Indiana.
Good to
Hi.
have you on.
Hi, interesting.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm gonna get
Hope
in
you're having
contact
a
with you. It was
blessed
just
day.
I am. It was just my mouth, so that's why I didn't call you yet. But I'm having a blessed day. Thank you. Hi, Brent.
Hey, good to see you. Interesting.
Good to see you too. I just wanted to just give a small little joke. I was watching the cheaters thing.
Yeah.
Because I tried to make my kids. I expose them to certain things. I'm not gonna wait till they
Wait,
turn
wait.
18.
What cheaters thing? What do you mean?
It's called a Cheaters channel. It's back in the days. That's not even on TV no more. You have to look for that on YouTube. The Cheaters. It's
Oh,
called a
okay.
Cheaters channel.
Oh.
Yeah. But
Okay.
back in the days, you know,
Okay,
when
thank
they
you.
had when they had like Murray and all that. So I went. It was called Cheaters, but it's I
Oh,
was looking for the old one, not the new ones. And this
okay.
Spanish, I'm just gonna use a Spanish girl. I don't really have no problem with them. Fine, but it was a Spanish girl and a black guy, and she was mad because he was cheating on her. She was like, "I can't wait." And I said to my kids, "I can bet who she can't wait for." My kids was laughing. I said, "Who you think it is?" They couldn't think, so I paused it. I didn't see the video yet. But you know, when you just have wisdom, you just know what's gonna happen before it happens. I said, "Who you think it is?" And she said, my kid said, "I don't know. I think it's gonna be like somebody maybe white or something." I said, "Who you think she talking about?" Because that girl was like going in. I said, "Who you think she hates?" She was mad. I said, "I know it ain't somebody her color."
Yeah.
The way she was talking, I knew it was somebody black. So when the car pulled up to fight and the person came out, it was Spanish.
Stop!
And I said, she wouldn't have fight her kind because she said that the Spanish people, they don't play. She was like bigging up her culture. She's like, we don't play, we get along. So she wasn't expecting it was gonna be another Spanish person cheating with her black man.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
And she was ready to fight, like ready for nothing. Ready for nothing. And she said she could fight. And when she started fighting, the girl beat her up instead. And I said, "You see this?" I said, "You see my kids?
wow.
This is why we got to come out of this community thing and just seriously just go right on to the next slide, because this is nonsense." That's what I wanted to share real quick.
Oh my God, that's too funny. Shut up. Oh my God, that's too funny. Oh my God, I love it. I love it.
I love it.
Oh, that's too funny.
I just shot apple juice out my nose. Stop.
Yeah, I just almost threw up some tea I've been drinking.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Wow. I just
Okay, interesting. Tell us more. Tell us more.
And that's what happened. That's what happened when you have heat for another kind. You know, because we're just trying to. The black woman is just trying to do what she got to do, and the black man is just the white man is just trying to do what he have to do. We're not trying out here to look for trouble. We're just trying to build. But because
Yes,
we build so
ma'am.
good together, it's like it's a threat. If those two get together, those type is saying, "Oh, we're gonna lose everything." Just build.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
wanted to go over there, so build too. But I tell them, I just be honest with my kids. Just say honestly, because I was saying I'm not being racist. I'm not gonna go over there and then be telling my kids, "No, don't do this, don't do that." But I am gonna let them know, hey, I hope you know that this kind here, when they go over there, they do that. So I want you to discern that when you see these type of kids, how they
Right.
act. Because this is
Yeah.
not about color right now. This is about people character.
Yeah.
So if this
Right.
white woman and this guy is
Yeah.
telling their kids from baby, because I don't know what that guy is telling his kids, but I know there's something good.
Right.
It could be something like, your hair's prettier than this type of. Some people just be doing some weird stuff with their kids, telling their kids type of phoneness, and then these kids develop this stuff in their spirit, and they get big and thinking they're it. And it's only because either the father was doing it or the mother was putting something negative in them. So I decided that even when I go on that side, I'm going to tell my kids, like, you got to discern that. And with my black kids that I have now, and if I have any other color kids, I'm gonna let them know you ain't better than her, and she's not better than you.
Exactly.
Okay, because we
That-
humans right here. We humans right here. This is not about hair and skin color right now. We're humans.
Exactly.
We're gonna love each other. But I want you to know bad apple from good apple. So that's it. You teach your kids the bad apple from the good apple. When they go outside, another biracial kid who's a good apple see another biracial kid that's negative, she will check her, not in a negative way, because the Bible says you can correct people.
Mm-hmm.
And then she can go
Yeah.
sit down and check herself.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
say, or the guy can sit down, check himself, and say, "Gosh, I think my parent was teaching me the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think this is right." But I also instated with my side that I'm going to teach them to keep going up. So
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not making a, not that black is low, 'cause black is definitely not low. But I'm gonna teach them to keep on going up. But the type of family I came from, they like pushed the white thing up because it's like the Caribbean, they pushed it up. And if you came in and you was light skinned, they didn't put the blacks on. The family that I had, they didn't put the blacks on. They make you like, I got black people in my family that's real big bone and they look real good. Like their confidence is at 100%.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
the skinny
ma'am.
ones will be sitting here thinking like, "Oh my goodness, should I be big?" So, but my whole family, your confidence level is at 100. So if you come in and you're coolie or you're white, we're not like, "Oh my goodness, it's a white person and we feel depressed." No, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no competition. You just come and you know that we are running this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you don't come over here with those silly jokes and all that. So it's like you got to prepare yourself before you go over there. But I did see something weird though. I wanted to speak with Brent about.
Yes.
I worked out what you Indiana and Sunkist was talking about just now with people acting funny when you go. I saw it, but I wasn't paying it on mine because I'm trying to keep calm. I did see it, but I wasn't paying it on mine because I don't have a problem with people. So I
Uh-huh.
went to this clinic and it was a Spanish girl, but I noticed that when I'm around the Spanish girls, they are right. But then when they go around the Italian girls, okay, so like with the Spanish girls by themselves, they're all right. With the Italian girls by themselves, they're okay. But like when they start to mingle, and if I come around, they feel like, I don't know, I'll be like, hold on, is it me or am I feeling a little attitude shifty here?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, yeah, I'm like, what happened? What did I do? I just came. I didn't do anything. And sometimes, like, if I check them, then they may gonna say something like, "Oh, you're angry, are you?" And I'm like, "So what?" But I'm gonna check them kindly. Sometimes
Right
I
on.
do check them, and I'm like, "Is something off?" No, nothing is off. I said, "Oh, okay. It's just you. You have a nasty character. You need to check yourself with God." But everybody else is
Right
good.
on.
And then she'll just shut up and just move to the side. And I said, "Oh, okay. I have to pick the good apples out of the bad apples because sometimes they don't even gotta speak. It's just their approach. You can sense it. You can sense their spirit, just like how they act, how they move. You can just
Right.
sense it. Okay, you stay over there. I stay over here. I see what you're about
Yes.
to do. It's about to
Yes.
happen. Yes. So that's the
Yes.
Yeah. You know, it's fun because black women are stereotyped to always be one way. We either have an attitude
We sure are. Yes.
we're weak.
Yes, ma'am.
Either or, we have an attitude or we're weak. But so I
Yes,
noticed that
ma'am.
because I may walk into a room or even if I'm talking to someone on the phone, I may approach them by their name. For instance, I may say, "Hello, Molly, how are you? Yes, I was wondering if you could help me with such and such." And because by me being a black woman, and I may approach them in a way of not sounding like I'm angry. So they're gonna automatically think, "Oh, she's a black woman and she doesn't sound angry, so I can approach her any kind of way. Even if I want to,
Right.
Be abrupt with her, I can be abrupt with her because she's not angry, so therefore she's weak."
Yep.
Okay, so now
Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to come out, and I don't want it to be either I'm a 10 or I'm a -0. I shouldn't have to be that, but because we are stereotyped to either be one way at a 10, just a 10, or if we decide to be other than one way, we have to be a -0 or a 10.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And because we have been stereotyped to be that way. So now I'm going, okay, you know what I'm saying? So now I'm going to have to be like, okay, now how can I find my middle? How can I find my middle? But the thing is, I like the fact your approach, like you said, you're gonna have to vet the situation and try to, try. First of all, you're gonna have to come up with another approach. Okay, let me go ahead and let me start at a 3, a 2 or 3. Let me go ahead and just kind of like let her know,
Right?
I
Right?
got a bandana
Right?
name. She has a name, but I don't want to have to call her. I don't have to call my bandana. I'm gonna let her stay in my bag because she has a name, but I want her to stay there. So
Okay, because normally we're like an 8.
We're gonna have to go about this delicately, And so the thing is, I find that because they kind of like, they call that the other white girl. I've heard them say that's there was their new white girl, and this was some years ago. They called it their new white girl. Yeah, I've heard them say that. The Hispanic women, the spicy Latinas, they were calling it their new white girl. And so,
oh wow, okay,
they were beating their heads up at one point because that was in their videos, and that's who they were, and that's fine. I mean, that's who they wanted. I didn't care, but that was digging their heads up. And so I noticed that whenever I'm just trying to be, I don't want to be nasty, come up with it. And so I'm like, oh, okay, and then they come up with the trying to, and I'm like, no, I don't have to pop my neck and smack my lips and all that. If that's what you choose to do, that's on you. But again, coming at me like the Boquish, no, we're not one way, dear. But if you want to do it, if you got to do it,
there you go.
But I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm about. But like you said, interesting. That is, I notice when they click up, that is what they do. Now, if you get them one-on-one, it's never a problem. I mean, you're right. It's never a problem.
Right? One-on-one, they're cool. But in a group, it's a totally different story, girl. I'm with you.
You feel me? No, and they are sweet.
With you. I feel you, girl.
Not all of them are like that. It's just that you have some that feel like they have to be. I guess to break loyalty. I don't know. But I don't know. But I have had some that are not like that. But if many of them feel like they have to be race loyal and they all have to act that way. And I'm like, there's no need for that. But I have to remember that we're stereotypes. So I guess they feel like they have to be that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Brent, what's so
weird?
No
need. There's no need for it. We don't need to be race loyal. They're not race loyal to us. Why should we should be race loyal to them?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Brent?
Yes.
Yeah, what's so weird about it? Even when I was at the clinic, there was another black. We're gonna keep it real. There was another black girl there, but she was ghetto. She was ghetto, but she was quiet, and she had her foot pushed out. And I'm like, oh my goodness, always somebody to make us look weird. She, to just sit down properly and keep your foot. Everybody else's foot is next to their seat. Her foot pushed out to the next seat cross. So I couldn't pass to my kids, and I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna avoid because I'm not gonna make us look stupid here. I'm talking about the clinic when I was at the doctor's office and the Spanish ladies back there with the other ladies, Italian ladies, and I was like, no, because then they're gonna look at me with her and then say, oh, just like her. So you know what I did? I just stand up and just felt the paper, and I guess she got it. That was civil, right? And then she moved her foot back in, and I said, okay, I have to always be setting an example for another. I have to be setting examples so no people don't look down on us and say, "Oh yeah, she just like her." See, two of them they black, they sitting there. I'm like, gosh, it's just two of us black. I don't want us to start arguing, and then they're really acting funny with me. So I have to. I'm like, I'm right in the circle. I left out with peace, and she pushed her foot in. I just said to my daughter, it's going to be two type of us, okay? Civilized, uncivilized, and then for the other side, you have to pick the good apple or the bad apple. So that's what we're dealing with here.
Wow.
Yeah, it's always a struggle. It's everywhere. I have to say, with Black women, that's why I'm so glad that these discussions are being had, because Black women, we have to struggle all day, every day with everyone around us, with small issues and larger issues. It's
Yeah.
issues that the average we have to struggle constantly, because it's like, do we really have to do this? Do we really have to do that? And like you said, as small as her foot being out. You know, and it's like, really, seriously. So now it's about territory. Seriously, really, are we really having to do this? And it shouldn't have to be that. Something as small as that. I mean, this is why we're having to have the most surgeries. And like I said before, losing the most babies and all that. It's forget about it if we want to, you know, climb up if we want to get better positions on our jobs and things like that, because that's, you know, that conversation is being had by, you know, other content creators when you know, white women are not, they're boxing everything in and keeping Black women from being promoted and things like that, even though their friends don't, or just other white women on the jobs don't have the credentials, or the, you know, the fact that you're Black and she's white, you're not getting the job. It's things like, and it's like, so now you want to keep your foot out, or now, because really, and like I try to make an appointment before, and because literally, and then there was another Black woman. I mean, you know, let's just keep it above. You know, I said, "Oh, hi, sweetie. Hi, my name is such and such and such. I was just wondering. I needed to call and make the appointment." And because you know, she was a Black girl, and because I was being nice, and she like interesting said, she, you know, she was ghetto, and I said, "Oh, okay. Well, I was just needing to do this." She said, "I need to," and it's not like she did. I said, "Oh, so you want to jump? You want to go Forrest Gump on me? That's what you want to do? You want to jump?" And so then when she realized that I was willing to go there with her, she said, "Oh, this is what she said to her manager. Oh, she's something else. Oh, so now it's me.
Hey,
I'm something else."
Hey, ladies.
Mhm.
I'm really enjoying this discussion. This is so awesome, but it's almost
What's
1 o'clock in the morning, and I got to get up at 6 o'clock. I got to shut down. I'm sorry. If I was off tomorrow, we'd keep going. But you know, I'm gonna do a movie review. Friday. We're going to talk about something. No, it's Guess Who.
Guess Who. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Guess Who. We're going to do a movie review on that. I'm going to get my wife, Sandy. I'm going to talk her into it.
Oh, yeah. We want to hear from Sandy.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, get her more involved in YouTube to be my my partner in crime. You know, we could be the dynamic duo. Whether it happens or not, that's fine. But
right on.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to do a movie review on something new, or not something new. No, we did that. Guess Who? Sorry, guys.
What movie?
But, Guess Who?
With Bernie Mac.
Yeah, with Bernie Mac. Yeah, watch that movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, guys, watch that. I'm going to have an open panel, and I'm going to get my wife Sandy on, and we're going to do a movie review. And me and Sandy will give our, you know, our commentary, and I'll bring people on too, and we'll have a fun time with that. Saturday we'll do I got a 3-day weekend coming, so Saturday we'll do a show. Maybe we'll continue this discussion. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean I enjoyed tonight, guys. But
oh my God, that sounds like so much fun.
Yes.
yeah, so watch the movie, and I'll have an open panel where you guys can come on and you know, give your commentary on the movie. It's a funny movie. It's a good movie.
Awesome.
But yeah, we'll do that Friday. Times I don't have them up yet. I'll put it on my community page. But everybody's invited to give their opinion. We'll have a good time.
Oh my God, that sounds like so much fun! I can't wait.
I'm excited.
Yay!
Yeah. So I'm gonna bring my wife on, and I'll have her have a guest appearance, and that'll be fun.
Is it a
Yeah.
dress code? Is it a dress
Huh?
code? Do we have to dress? We have to do the Miami Vice dress code.
No, you don't have to do a dress code. Just show up. That's all you got to do. But yeah. But anyway,
We're waiting
ladies,
for Sandy. We're waiting for Sandy. We want to hear
Oh.
from Sandy.
hey, do me a favor, guys. Pray for Sandy. Pray
Okay.
that she gets the YouTube bug like I do. Pray
Sandy
that
is
Yeah.
awesome.
yeah. That's my treasure. That's my wife. That's my everything.
Wonderful.
I call her my Sandy baby. Oh gosh.
Oh,
But
You were the best husband ever.
I know, right?
Best husband ever.
as long as Sandy believes that, we're good. Yeah. But yeah,
You-
we're going to have fun. I'm going to bring her up. We're going to have a good time, and I got a 3-day weekend coming. We're going to do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we'll have some YouTube fun and stuff. And ladies, I
yeah.
enjoyed this. I enjoyed the
Very cool.
conversation.
And
Yeah.
and since Tree might have the weekend off, I might be able to, con him into joining me.
Oh, yeah, do it.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
big old tree.
Yeah, bring them on. Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, bring them on. No doubt. And Indiana Mom, you got married the same year me and Sandy did, 94.
Yes, we did. 1994. Yes.
And we both have three kids.
Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
I got 2 grandkids, and you got 2 also, right?
No, I have one brand new granddaughter. She was born on my birthday,
Nice.
January
nice.
23rd. So she is my little Aquarius, just like Nana. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well,
Yeah.
you got 1 grandchild. I got 1
Yes.
and 1 on the way. So
Oh, congratulations, Papa.
yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, we'll do this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we'll get. I want to have this discussion more.
Yes,
I want to
definitely.
carry it on because this was awesome. I was like, oh my God, we're going 5 hours again, and I was like, man, this is great. You know what? When we go this long, it's not. I don't plan on it, but you ladies make it so awesome. I'm just like, and you know what? I don't even have to talk. I can just sit here in my earphones and just listen to you guys, and it's just so awesome.
Okay,
Um,
but part of the reason it's so awesome is because you are the kind of man that you are, and that Sandy is the woman that she is, and that
Right.
y'all are so lucky to be together, and you're like the perfect couple, and y'all are a huge example to divestment working.
Right.
Come on now. Come
Yeah.
on.
okay. Okay, I'll accept that. You talked me into it. All right.
Yeah.
But anyway, ladies, hey, have a good night.
Too.
I'll see you guys Friday, and I'll put it in the community page. And we'll do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll have a good weekend.
Awesome.
Okay, great.
But yeah,
Brent,
come,
can I say one thing? Black
Yeah.
women and white men and different type of men. Do you see why it's fun over here?
See,
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
see why it's fun over here? This is fun.
yes,
Yes,
it is.
ma'am.
Friday, we're gonna be talking
Yes.
about some serious stuff, and we're gonna be having fun, and we're gonna be enjoying ourselves. This is why it's fun. Come over here.
Yeah,
Yes,
come on
ma'am.
over. Come join
we
us.
do it better.
Yeah.
And make
Okay,
sure
bye.
to
Uh,
give plenty of big hugs and kisses to Sandy and
oh,
your kids, because you dude, you are an amazing man, an amazing husband, and an amazing father, and you are a example to all real men of
Yes, I have to
what
say.
what real love and real marriage is supposed to be. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
oh,
yes.
thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's humbling. Thank you so much.
I'm
Um
only preaching the truth.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ladies, I've enjoyed tonight. Tonight was a blessing. Um and the conversation tonight was so awesome. But yeah, ladies, you're a blessing too. And you know what? I'm glad you're in my community. I'm glad you're part of it. And I love
We
you
love you.
ladies. You're awesome. And join me Friday and Saturday and Sunday. We'll have a good time. And I enjoyed tonight. Tonight was awesome. And like I said, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm still on. But it's because of
Right?
you. You guys make this fun. You guys make this so neat. You guys make it awesome. But I'm gonna have to wrap it up because I gotta go to work. But
Okay.
All right. We
Okay.
love
ladies,
you. We love you. Good night.
love
Have a
you too,
blessed
guys.
day tomorrow. Have a super blessed day tomorrow.
Yeah.
And lots of love and hugs and kisses to your beautiful wife and your wonderful children.
Yeah.
And just know that we appreciate you because you are a real man and we love you.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you so much. That's humbling. I appreciate it. Thank you, ladies.
Okay. Have a good night, and we will see. I guess we'll see each other Friday.
Yeah, Friday. We'll see each other Friday.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Good night. Thanks.
All right.
I
Thank
enjoyed
you.
with you,
Good
Indiana.
night.
It was great. I enjoyed everything.
I did too. This was awesome.
Okay. Good night. Bye bye.
Good night. Have a good night. All right. All right, guys. Um, thank you, ladies, for coming up. And thank you guys in the chat. God bless you and your families. And I enjoyed tonight. Guys, this was so awesome. I mean, the ladies' conversation was so good. And like I said, I could do this all night. I could. But I got to go to work in the morning. I'm going to be tired. But this was worth it. This was awesome. And God bless you and your families. And I'll see you Friday for the movie review. Guess Who? So watch Guess Who. But anyway, God bless you and your families, and good night.